So, this is a wonderful morning, the second day of our CLARA Days, the CLARA Symposium. It will be a very busy day as well. Let me please welcome you again. And today we have also great keynote speakers for second day. And let me please welcome here Ara Khachaturian, the Chief Scientific Officer of INDRC and Scientific Lead of CLARA, to welcome other keynote speakers, if you may.
I will do so. And I think before I do the welcoming, I'd also like to thank you, the team that put this presentation and the CLARA Days together. They've done an excellent job. I think maybe we should give them a round of applause and thank them. Thank you. And of course, we'd like to thank our sponsors. And of course, Vit, thank you very much for organizing and really getting CLARA. I mean, you're the godfather. So
come on.
Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So before I do the introductions of our keynote speakers today, I'd like to do a little bit of a recap of yesterday, which was a very eventful day. Day one of the CLARA Days opened with a welcoming remarks by Vit and Václav, really who tried to frame the vision of CLARA around its central mission of advancing neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and of course, advanced computational science to deliver cross-sectional collaboration. Their introduction, I think, really launched a series of very interesting discussions. Certainly, the morning session had featured three really good keynote speeches that offered unique and differing perspectives from the computational side, the medical side, and of course the scientific perspective. We had our colleague from IBM, Michal Rosenzivi, opened the series with a compelling look and a talk on the integration of AI and neuroscience. She highlighted two complementary paths for model development, one emerging from data and another one from conceptual knowledge and the theoretical understanding. And I think that actually sort of bears notable review again, because that really speaks to the heart of what CLARA is trying to do. Michal also emphasized that progress in brain research requires synergy between these approaches to ensure that AI models remain both interpretable and biologically meaningful. The second keynote was presented by my good friend, a member of the CLARA Advisory Board, Professor Ira Haraldson from Oslo University, where she took us on a very deep exploration and presentation of AI Mind, which stands out as perhaps one of the finest examples we've seen, not just in Europe, but probably across the globe for public-private partnerships. Drawing from both AD Connector and AD Predictor, she provided examinations of how not only the scientific and the medical challenges were overcome, but also looking through a lens of both the political and funding challenges to sort of develop and come into full realization how neuroscience, how neuro-AI research in Europe can really go forward. Her remarks underscored the need for stronger EU coordination and leadership to achieve strategic autonomy. And in my notes, I underlined that phrase because it is a very important concept, and I think we're going to be able to come back to that. But this is very much a fast-moving field, and I think it really sort of bears noting that we really need to have cooperation. Ira also highlighted how eBrains as a cornerstone of pan-European collaboration, and also introduced us to Fluid XAD, a platform designed to link multimodal data sets for Alzheimer's disease research. In the third keynote, also an excellent presentation delivered by Dr. Adam Schwartz from GE Healthcare. He offered a deep dive into not only the complexity of neurodegenerative diseases, he also illustrated how heterogeneity across genomic, proteomic, and clinical dimensions creates challenges for developing effective diagnostics and new therapeutics. Adam's presentation also connected the scientific complexity to the need to bring integrative models and also how to start bridging molecular insights with patient-level outcome. The day then concluded with a vibrant panel discussion featuring 5 thought leaders that really represented people from neuroscience and computer science, as well as medical science. Together, they explored the opportunities and challenges ahead in applying high performance and quantum computing, also to how that will be affecting AI and conditions to improve conditions that affect memory, movement, and mood, reinforcing, of course, CLARA's vision for uniting technology and medicine to accelerate discovery. And then finally, we actually saw something really interesting, something very unique, and hopefully something that represents the first step in international cooperation. On a celebratory note, we had the republics of Vietnam and, of course, the Czech Republic sign a collaboration agreement marking a new milestone in global cooperation in education, science, and hopefully in innovations for medical care. So with that, we are going to now start the second day's keynote speech, and it is my pleasure to invite my colleague, our chair of INDRC, Dr. Jim Rice. He is from the University of Minnesota School of Public Health. He is also, I don't know how else to describe you, just a Renaissance man, and also perhaps one of the finest chairs for a nonprofit that we could have. Jim, please, welcome to the stage.
Whoa. Thank you, Ara. Thank you. I talked to Ara and Zaven. It's nice to be the first person, not to be the last person, so I promise not to steal all of their time. It's a delight to be with you. I'm delighted and privileged to be chair of the INDRC, and as you'll hear in my remarks, I view this, the 9 people that serve on this executive board of INDRC as not just a privilege, but we have an opportunity and an obligation for all you scientists to create the conditions in which and to make available resources for you to flourish in your inquiry, to look forward. It's also a delight for me to be back here in Prague and the Czech Republic. I've been coming and going from Prague and this part of the world for 30 years. It's a pleasure for me to meet Helena from the U.S. Embassy. She has been mentoring me over these 30 years, as well as trying to guide with a whip and a chair the ambassadors that the U.S. sends to the Czech Republic. So it's a delight to be here. I've also had the privilege of being able to observe and watch and learn from not only the Velvet Revolution, but the Velvet divorce that happened too in this region. And it's informed my thinking about some of the remarks I want to share with you as it relates to CLARA. And one of the things that I'm not a scientist, I'm a business manager, I'm a policy influencer, and so that'll be the nature and the dimension of my remarks that I'm sharing with you. And it is to jump forward for the people that are going to ultimately take advantage and benefit from all of your hard work and research. Those are the people, the patients, the families, the caregivers, the payers. I want us to think a little bit about those as we start the second day, because our success, your success in CLARA and INDRC will not just be measured in the patents and the publications that you all create to have happen, but in really the influence and the impact on lives and the capacity for dignity. You see that my remarks are from discovery to dignity, and in the few minutes that I have, I'm going to share a couple of ideas about what I hope will be beneficial, a context within which all of your science and advancing knowledge will be so much more leveraged. And one of the things that I'd like us to keep in mind as we start the second day is that There's approximately 7 million people in Europe that are already affected by the debilitating difficulties of Alzheimer's and other related dementias in the neurodegenerative disorder field. And in the United States, there's about 7.2 million. So your research is going to have a positive influence on that. And the commerce of ideas that you are stimulating and the exchanges between the universities in Europe are quite beneficial and absolutely essential. I think the board of INDRC is not only going to try and encourage that, but also to encourage more of the international collaboration and the exchange of ideas across the globe. And this, the European Union has really doubled down to create the conditions and to make tangible financial resources available to stimulate your research. That's just starting now, and you're going to continue that going forward. And the last comment before I start going through my prepared remarks is to realize where I live in Minneapolis, so I'm from the US, and we have over 160,000 units for memory care across the US. And this warehousing of people needs to stop, and your knowledge and your science is going to help minimize and mitigate the risks and the pain and the frustration of that warehousing of people that sit like vegetables, unfortunately, in many of these units we have across the US, plus the amount of capital that's tied up in these units and centers for memory care goes already about $5 billion with a B, billion dollars that have been invested in those kinds of care centers, and it's forecasted between now and even 2030 and 2035, it's going to be $9.5 billion just for housing those. We need to find ways to redirect that fund to nurture not only what you're doing in CLARA over the next few years, but to extend that and to nurture that and to leverage that to even further activities. So in Prague, where we have all the good fortune to be today, it has centuries of experience of curiosity and advancing knowledge and science, and that's what we're going to leverage today. I also want to mention that a soundbite I'm hoping that we can carry forward throughout the second day and in the days and weeks and years to come is this whole idea that Alzheimer's and the other dementias are not just a disease of the neurons. They disrupt identity, they disrupt relationship, they destruct and disrupt the pride that in families that we need to find ways. So my appeal to all of you that are doing research and scientists to always anchor in your hard work the long-term view of why we're doing this, and we're trying to enhance the positive sense of pride and comfort and relationship, the dignity of the human spirit in everything that you're doing. So in the path from discovery to dignity, I'd like to just keep a couple of things in mind. It is the intersection of not just AI and the idea of quantum computing and big data, but it is also the spirit of the human being and the relationships and the dignity between family members and their caregivers in their community and the care providers and ultimately the people that are purchasing and paying for that, taxpayers as well as other businesses and employers. So I'd like us to keep that in mind as well because we want to not just detect the dementias and the Alzheimer challenges and the related neurodegenerative disorders earlier, but we want to try and expand the quality of life when they go into different kinds of treatment, and I'm hoping we can keep all of that available. The other remarks that I want to share is that as you do your work from basic science, I'm hoping that in the collaboration between the 9 of us serving on the INDRC board, about 30 that are in the scientific advisory board that Jean-Marie is going to be chairing, Ara established a good heritage and foundation for that work, and now he's going to leverage that in his new scientific director role. The wisdom of Vít and his team is very impressive, and we'll try and make sure that those 9 of us serving on the executive board try not to get in the way of Vít and his team and these scientists and all of you, but rather we adopt a mindset to be enablers and empowering what you're trying to do. And that will be looking at longer-term funding, not just from the EU, but as we try to explore expanding around the globe, into the US, in the UK, India, other different places, we'll be trying to find policy partners and funding partners for all the things that you're doing. And so, and the spirit that I hope we will take in that journey is this idea of preservation of the concepts of connections between people. Not just the tau tangles and the amyloid plaques, but the connections between people that are affected by the disorders that you're going to be making contributions for going forward. And I hope then that you'll be looking at the science of, not of isolation, but of empowerment for these individuals. And that I hope we will find a way to encourage as much creativity on not the science around the cell and the neuron, but the body systems and the brain, and not just the brain, but the brain, of course, connected through the central nervous system to the movement and the action and the quality of life that you're going to really empower and enhance. And so as we look through this, I just want to close with some 3 imperatives that I would like us to keep in mind in the second day of this very valuable crossroads of ideas that we have been privileged to take advantage of together yesterday and today and some of the weeks to follow. So I've tried to make these observations here. Your work is so important, and the work of those of us serving on INDRC to be enablers and empowerers, to find ways and to continue to have conversations in Prague, in your university settings across Europe and in other capitals across the globe, to look at what it means to age well, the quality of life, not just the quantity of life. We are looking for ways to preserve the quality of the mind, the thought processes, but it's not even just the mind, it is those relationships, those connections that really embody the kind of dignity and pride in relationships that we hope so much of your science will make contributions to. And so the 3 things that I would like to leave with you, they are around the concept of inters. The idea of interdisciplinary, we've heard that talked about. Ara just mentioned that was an important flavor of the first day, and it'll be continued a part of work going forward. I know that I saw Vít. There was another meeting just before then. You must have gotten up at 5 o'clock, Vít, looking at the the whole idea of the AI factory is going to be coming a real opportunity to enable, and that won't flourish unless we have interdisciplinary. And the idea of neuro and AI collaboratives, not just in Europe, as I've mentioned, but across the globe. And we, because of your work, have a head start to jump those kinds of interactions. The second of the 3 is the international. We saw a little tiny glimpse of that, a teaser in the relationship that was captured in writing with Vietnam. We want and need more of those kinds of memorandums of collaboration and opportunities to continue exchanging resources and ideas to advance not just the science of discovery, but also the science and the embrace of human dignity and the flourishing of the human spirit. And that will require us to look at ethics and regulations. We've had a few discussions at INDRC about what can we do to look at the regulatory concept, because even if we do wonderful work and your science flourishes and we start to find ways to do predictive analytics and understand the diagnosis faster and even disrupt the disorder and the neurodegeneration that we see so often, we need to get that out into the hands of people and caregivers and payers. And that requires us to understand regulations and to have that, the proper balance between protecting versus constraining the use of science. And finally, I'd like to end with this very important element of intergenerational. I'm one of the old ones here. Zavin and I were older than most of you here in the room. But our real influence and impact of your work is going to be the young scientists that you cultivate. And for those of you that are doing research, it's sometimes a pain to have an intern or a fellow follow you around. But I want to encourage that to happen, because the real value, the real influence and sustainability of all the good work that you're doing is going to be in that empowering the new generation of scientists. Even from middle school or high schools forward. It's not just the doctoral fellows, but internships that we can foster across the globe. And I know in working with Lenka, she has a passion. Where is Lenka? Is she? Right there. Thank you, Lenka. So she's been hitting me over the head saying, you know, we'll need to make sure that we celebrate the young scientists that are coming forward as well. And I know so many of you are doing a good job of that already, but I would hope that we can continue those kinds of things. And I'll just leave you with this last slide. The 7 Ds of these journey from discovery to dignity. We look at the idea of discussions like this, but many more of these across the globe. Then making decisions about what kind of research and what we start to use to develop the products and programs and services, designing it, developing it, demystifying this. You know that by now I am not a scientist. I am just kind of a crude, clumsy person trying to make sure your lives are easier so that this happens. But you and we need to do a much better job talking even to the media to demystify the work that you're doing, to tell it, of course, in scientific journals. Ara and others have talked yesterday about leveraging how we share the knowledge, because sharing knowledge stimulates more. And through those new forms of digital communication, it'll make such a big difference. But I implore you all to think of how you can communicate what you're doing in simple terms so that an old bald guy like me understands what you're doing with tau tangles and amyloid plaques and all the other kinds of things that are going on. And then finally, we have to deploy that. Your focus should be on generating the science. Others of us that will collaborate with you on looking how to deploy it with new partnerships. And my last word that I implore you all to think about is be disruptive, not of the people and the relationships, but the old views, the narrow views. Disrupt your narrow view, your silo. Be prepared to exchange and work with others. And through that, we're going to make such grand progress. And I'm so proud to be involved with you and learning with you yesterday and today. Please be patient with me and continue to guide me and educate me as we go forward so that I can do my job with the executive board more effectively and efficiently. So thank you very much. I'll stop there.
That was great, Jim. Why don't you have a seat if you don't mind? We're going to take some questions for a little bit. We have a couple of minutes to sort of go over this. We are looking for any questions from the audience or anybody looking online. And while you sort of collect your thoughts and perhaps compose yourself, I wanted to, again, congratulate you on your speech, and it really gave a lot of food for thought. As you know, it's your experiences really across many different sectors of industry, of government, of academia. I'm often sort of reflecting on the fact that when we talk about health, certainly whether it's in the United States or here in Europe, health doesn't really appear, for example, in our constitutional documents. It's actually something that is derived from commerce and through public health. And certainly a lot of the issues in history around deriving health came from a need to sort of sustain and make commerce safer. We're now in the 21st century, and we're thinking about perhaps, along with many of the items that you laid out today, trying to really focus on the individual, focus on individual autonomy, and perhaps we're maybe on the cusp of developing a brain economy, or some sort of brain economy as sort of a new way of measuring value and sustaining value. In your 7 Ds, you talked about disrupt and deploy, or deploy and disrupt, and I think that that's probably the most interesting one, and that's sort of a common theme that I heard through yesterday's keynote talks, but it's probably the hardest for people in research, maybe even people in business, and certainly for people in politics to get right. What would you tell not only young researchers, but old researchers, what we need to do and what we should be looking at to maybe perhaps sort of explore those corners a little bit more carefully?
So it's a good question. I would say to be mentally agile, to be able to move from looking at the neuron to always thinking about how would that influence new service, new products, and the commerce of those ideas. So we need to jump from the commerce of ideas in research and bench research into the commerce of ideas of the policies that will enable that to be sustained, and the legal and regulatory context in which not only the individual mind, but the mind and the relationship within peoples and within nations and within families, frankly. Because if we don't have the ability as scientists and policymakers and managers to go from cell to community and the community back, we'll be missing an opportunity. And the amount of disruption, it'll make some people nervous because some of the disruption will be counterproductive and will not be positive. But if we take the spirit of inquiry and continually advancing wisdom going forward, we're better off. And I think that idea of going micro, macro, macro back, that kind of exchange will be useful for all of us.
That's great. Do we have any questions on the floor here? And certainly nothing online yet. Well, I'll ask one more question for you. In terms of really trying to make this personal, what do you think that the sort of the man or woman on the street will think about CLARA if they were to hear it today? And what do you think would be sort of something that would inspire them to want to learn more and possibly somehow volunteer in some way?
Well, volunteer is good, and I hope that over the next 5 to 10 years we'll find a lot of opportunities to engage frontline people that are affected by the neurodegenerative disorders, the dementias. And so I would encourage the new people to come in to learn to be patient with the scientists that have the complicated language. We have tangles in how we communicate. We are tangled in the messaging that we provide. And so that's the idea, keeping it as simple as possible. And we need to find and bring into the CLARA team and the IMDRC team the communicators. You and I have talked about people that have a gift for distilling wisdom and ideas from scientists, whether they're dealing with the biosciences or astrophysicists, to make it sing. I'd like to find ways for all of us together to make the science sing to the average people about what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're trying to enhance those relationships between people, because it's that empowering and nurturing the human spirit so they can enjoy music more often, or enjoy the capacity to understand great cultures. And we need to keep that in mind.
Well, thank you. We're going to end there. Jim, thank you very much, and we look forward to your continued leadership. So we're going to introduce our next keynote speaker. This is a person I literally have known all my life. This is Zaven Kachaturian. He is my father, and also he is probably recognized as the global architect of the Alzheimer's disease research movement. Zaven also serves as the chair of the CLARA Scientific Advisory Board, and he is going to give us a talk that is going to hopefully inspire us and also take you on a journey of where we need to go. Zaven.
Okay. I have 20 minutes to tell you theory of everything. That goes beyond Einstein. So my task today is to give you a perspective of the problem that we're trying to solve and where CLARA and INDRC fit into it. To give you a bit of a context to the strategy that we'll be using and also the process and the achievements. Let's go back in time to 1960. A person made a statement that we want to put men on the moon within a decade. President Kennedy made that. That was 1960, at a time when we didn't even have a rocket that could get off the ground. But within 10 years, 1969, we had men on the moon. Along similar line, 1961 was the first White House Conference on Aging, where a government became interested in the problem of aging. That 1961 conference led to the legislation on Social Security in 1964. 1971 White House Conference on Aging also proposed the creation of a National Institute on Aging at NIH. This was the first time that a government agency became problem of aging from the perspective of science. Up to that time, aging was dismissed as being part of normal process, that there was not much you can do about it. There's no point in diagnosing or treating, or so 1971 led to the 1974 legislation, which led to a National Institute on Aging. 1978, National Institute on Aging began the first program of research support on brain aging and Alzheimer's. That's the first time that programmatic investment was made in research. Now, that doesn't mean there wasn't much interest in the topic. The topic of dementia research actually began with Eloise Alzheimer's in 1906, but the field remained dormant. There was not a systematic study until Sir Martin Roth came in 1950s in Britain to study the relationship of the clinical feature with the biological microscopic studies. So that's where the scientific roots began in Britain, 1950s, with Sir Martin Roth, Tomlinson, and so on. So by 1978, the NIH decided that we wanted to have a systematic program on brain aging and Alzheimer's program. That's where I was recruited to help develop that program. And I followed the template developed in Britain by Sir Martin Roth, blessed. The idea was to look for the relationship between the clinical features and the underlying biology. That's where all this story about the plaques, tangles came from, was trying to create a systematic research. And the objective, the strategic objective of NIA was to try to develop the technologies for diagnosing the disease and also for treating it. The idea of treatment, 1978, of Alzheimer's was about as far-fetched as putting men on the moon was in 1960. But by 1991, we achieved that goal by having the first treatment with taccharin. Now, it was not a very good molecule, taccharin, but nevertheless, it was very important because that was the first time it showed pharmaceutical industry that it's feasible to treat. Up to that time, no pharmaceutical company was interested in developing treatments. So with the taccharin, a lot of companies began interested in doing research and development for treatment. The cholinesterase inhibitors now that we use, follow-up of that. The next milestone was moving from treatment into interventions. There's a distinction between treatment and interventions. Interventions means you broaden the options for changing the course of the disease beyond just a single treatment. By 1991, NIA proposed that shift, trying to broaden the scope to include non-pharmacological approaches into interventions besides treatment, besides cholinesterase, so that we have a much broader spectrum of treatments. By 2007, things had changed where we began now talking about prevention. Prevention is one step further. That is, you not only deal with the symptoms of the disease, but you try to change the progression of the disease. So by 2007, that idea of prevention began to get foothold and became part of the national plan for Alzheimer's disease called NAPA, which doubled the money for research on Alzheimer's. Now, mind you, 1978, the budget for Alzheimer's disease was zero. There were only a handful of people that were interested in research. You could not diagnose it. There was no treatment. By 1991, that was developed. By 1995, the budget had grown to $300 million. Now, with the NAPA, it's $4 billion. So there's a tremendous lesson to be learned in the relationship between scientific achievement, credibility, and public policy. That brings us to the modern era. What is the next frontier? What I've shown you is various milestones in achievements. The next milestone is 2025. I'm calling it the Prague Manifesto, is to call for the new era for research, that is to go beyond what we have done and build on what we have done and move into the world of in silico modeling. And I'll explain the reason why in silico modeling and the kinds of things we're discussing at this meeting is really the answer to the problem that laid out. Okay, what is the problem? What are we trying to solve? Are we from different community that my colleague Jim Price outlined? The problem has many faces. One face is the public policy. The general policy is that it's a disabling condition, complex neurodegenerative disorder, disabling condition, and the duration of disability is getting longer because people are living longer, and the costs are rising. Families are experiencing a problem. From the medical point of view, it's another problem because there are no treatments. The only treatments we have are symptomatic. We don't have a disease-modifying treatment. That is, we cannot change the course of the disease. We have some important clues with lifestyle changes that are showing that we can delay the progression of the disease, but we cannot eradicate the disease, we cannot cure it, and that's where the challenge is. If we're going to alter the disease in a significant way, we need to get at the underlying biology and understand what's causing it and develop the treatments based on that biology. So the scientific challenges are also quite perplexing. We have quite a bit of information, tremendous amount of granular information ranging from the genetics, about the molecular biology, about the protein structure. We have a lot of information on imaging, and so on. But these are fragmented, and they all are all over the place. We don't have a complete picture. It's one of the important efforts, and part of the CLARA effort, is to create a platform we can start connecting the dots. It's like looking at an impressionistic painting where it's made up of individual dots. We know quite a bit about the color composition, the chemistry of the dots, individual points, but we don't know how to connect them. But human brain can do it. You step back and you don't see the dots, you see the full picture. How does the brain do that? What is the algorithm for connecting the dots? And that's what we want to create with CLARA, is create the platform for connecting the dots with all the bits of information that's there, from molecular to the chemical to the neuronal to the system level. What have we learned scientifically about the disease after 40 years of research? Well, first and foremost, as I indicated, we don't have effective treatments. We have had series of trials, clinical trials, a lot of promising ideas, a lot of reports saying, oh, we found this association. We found association between vitamin C. We found association between aluminum. There was a lot of associations, but no causal explanation about the linkage between the biology. We have very large number of failed clinical trials. Why do clinical trials fail? Well, there are a lot of reasons. You may have the wrong molecule. You may have the wrong design. You did not select the right subjects. So there are a variety of reasons. But one reason that has not been looked at is that perhaps our conceptual model of the disease is wrong, that maybe we really don't have a good picture of the disease. What we have learned is that we're dealing with a complex disorder. Alzheimer's is not a single disease. It's a collection of syndromes. It's a complex syndrome. And furthermore, it's heterogeneous. It comes in different forms. Heterogeneity in terms of clinical expression, combination of behavioral features, heterogeneity in the pathology. You heard our friend from New Zealand, now US, talk about the imaging. He talked about mixed pathology, tremendous amount of heterogeneity in terms of response to treatments. So heterogeneity is the key factor. Complexity is the key factor. So now that brings us to the point of dealing with the disease from the perspective of complexity sciences. What does that mean? Rather than a linear relationship between the molecular changes and the clinical features, that relationship is not linear. It's not always there. Amyloid is a mark, one of the markers, but the amyloid is not always present with the clinical feature of dementia. And you have some people with severe cognitive impairment with no amyloid, no tau. So that relationship is nonlinear. So we have to deal with the phenomena of complexity, nonlinearity. We have to look at the clinical feature as emergent characteristics of a complex system. Now, this requires a different mindset, different conceptual way of framing the problem, which is one of the most difficult things to do in science, because scientists tend to be very orthodox in their thinking. You believe in the amyloid hypothesis. You believe in the tau. You believe in this. Belief is a very hard thing to overcome, and changing your religion is very hard. And orthodoxy in science is about as hard to change as a religion. So that's what CLARA comes into the picture. We want to create an agnostic platform, an ecumenical platform, where different ideas, different perspectives come together on a common framework where we develop the tools for looking at the complexity of the problem, nonlinear relationship between molecular changes and the emergent behavior. Now, fortunately, in other fields, complexity science has been well studied. For example, and emergent behavior has been well studied. In mathematics, for example, complexity arises and relationship is shown in simple numbering system, binary number. I have two choices, 1 and 0. I can count up to 2 with those things in one location. When I run out of that choice, I select another one. Now I can go up to counting 4. When I run out of options, I get another position. Now I can go to 8. And so on and so forth. I can go up by adding space and using only 2 simple states. I can build a very complex number system. But the relationship between the changes is not linear. It goes up very non-linear fashion, the relationship. The same thing is true in chemistry. We can start with the carbon molecule. You can make charcoal or you can make diamond. The same molecule, but we know the rules by which the carbon molecules combine to create the charcoal and the diamond. In biology, we don't have the periodic table. We don't have the rules by which we can use the neuron, which is the unit, for building up the network. And that's what we want to do with CLARA, is to develop start with the neuron, ask the question, what is required to maintain that neuron to function at an optimal level for 110 years? But if you were an engineer, what would you put into the design features to allow you a system to repair itself, to maintain itself for 120 years? I think those are the kinds of things we want to do, is develop the network by inviting collaborators to come and put their ideas, their models into the system and create a toolbox for studying the nonlinearity of the nervous system, nonlinearity, the emergent characteristics of what are the rules by which cognitive impairment emerges out of neuronal changes? How do the genetic changes, how does the ApoE, different flavors of ApoE contribute to the emergence of cognitive? In what way memory change, memory loss in Alzheimer's is different or similar to Parkinson or Huntington's? So the problem we want to solve is not the disease, but the consequences of the disease. That is the behavioral significance. Nobody goes to the doctor saying, I got lots of amyloid, lots of tau in my head. They go because you can't remember, you can't find the bathroom, you can't pee, or you pee when you don't want to. So there are clinical behavioral features that we want to solve. So we want to keep our head, our eyes on that. And that's where the collaboration between INDRC and the Brain Watch network that Ara is talking about, the partnership comes into to deal with the problem from another point of view. The reason it's important to have a collaboration between Brain Watch Coalition and INDRA is that the study from the behavioral clinical features requires very large numbers of subjects. The heterogeneity, complexity, requires to have a very, very, very large, I'm not talking about 2,000 or 3,000, millions of subjects to be able to do the analysis and to be able to sort out the relationships. One of the big challenges for the clinical side or the behavioral side is to be able to predict who's going to be at risk for decline. The prediction, the disease has moved from clinic into the community. That's why the centers that I created now, I'm urging them to become regional centers, national centers, where the recruitment moves from the clinic into the community. So it becomes more of a public health problem where you recruit large numbers of primary care physicians to be the eyes and the ears for collecting information longitudinally. From age 10, 20, 40, longitudinally collect information on large domains so that we can reverse engineer the problem using the technology being developed by CLARA to be able to predict who's going to be on a trajectory of developing dementia or the cognitive impairment. We know quite a few of the risk factors. We know that cardiovascular disease is a major risk factors, diabetes, hypertension, large number of, or genetics, or certain ethnic, racial profile predicts that the combination of those vascular metabolic factors, combination with lifestyle, can accelerate or increase the probability. We want to be able to predict on an individual basis. That cannot be done unless we have the technologies that we're proposing to create through CLARA to be able to do that kind of a profiling. So this has given you a bit of a perspective, I hope, about how we came to this point, what the challenge is. That's why I call it the next generation, the next frontier, is to be able to do the modeling, because the models we have in biology are not adequate. Because of the complexity, when in a complex system, when you remove the system from its natural setting, you disrupt it totally. You cannot study the individual components by itself. You have to look at it in its complex, in its whole totality. And so we want to develop the tools to be able to do that. Now, this is very unusual for me because I still have 8 minutes to go, so I have to think of quickly something else to tell you to keep your attention. So rather than bore you with more ideas about my detail about what we're going to do, I'll tell you a story. Many years ago, I had a friend who left academia to become a public speaker. He wrote a book, and the book became very popular. He became something like Jim, very popular, sort of charismatic speaker. And he went from one place to another, giving lecture and getting big money. And the speaker bureau gave him a chauffeur with a limousine, and the chauffeur will drive him all over the place. Soon he and the chauffeur became very friendly, and the chauffeur will come and hear his lecture. So on one occasion, chauffeur says to my friend, "Look, Doc, you give the same talk all over the place. You show the same slides. I think I can do your thing, and I can do it cheaper." So my friend says, "Okay, why don't you go, give the next lecture, show the slides, let's see how you do." So the chauffeur comes and gives the talk, and everything is going fine, just perfect. Just at the end, one guy at the back asks a question. The chauffeur hasn't heard that, doesn't know what to do, panic strikes. But he was a very quick-witted guy. He says to the guy, "That's the dumbest question I've ever heard. In fact, the answer is so simple. My chauffeur sitting there will answer it for you." So, with that, thank you very much.
I guess I'm the chauffeur. So Zam, thank you for the great talk. You know, I was reflecting on one thing that you said about really trying to be disruptive and to really sort of break the paradigm. As you recall, we had a paper that was submitted to Alzheimer's and Dementia by an author from I think he was from Turkey, from Eintop, if you recall, and he offered, I think it was a theoretical article. He was interested in the topic of something called paradoxical lucidity. And briefly, paradoxical lucidity is this very interesting phenomenon that nurses in Alzheimer's rehab centers will recognize that all of a sudden, moments before death, like 3 or 4 weeks before death, individuals' memories will come flooding back. It's very anecdotal, it's not well understood, but it's usually a time where care facilities will call the family and say, this is it, this is time to say your goodbyes. So this researcher from Turkey, I don't think we recognized him, but nevertheless, he wrote a very compelling paper around this idea, and it basically sort of challenged the orthodoxy, as you were talking about, in brain research, particularly dementia research, which emphasizes the idea that dementia is this memory storage problem. But on reflecting about this, you had some thoughts about this other alternative idea around memory access. Maybe you could sort of reflect on what that as an example of sort of breaking the orthodoxy and really sort of trying to inspire new researchers to this field to think outside of the box.
Actually, that's a good model. This person described a phenomena which is, it wasn't the first one to describe. That is, people with severe dementia, for some reason, with particular stimulus, can go back to being absolutely normal for a brief period. I first learned about this when I was at NIH. A doctor came and described to me about 3 or 4 cases he had where he could stimulate this paradoxical lucidity by touching, in one case touching the cheek, particular place, another case with a verbal stimulation. So I've heard many individual anecdotes of this phenomena where this indicates that the problem is not, as you say, memory problem, but a retrieval, that the memory is there, but we don't know how to access it. The phenomenon, the whole point of that experience is the fact that in science, particularly in clinical medicine, the idea of observing the patient carefully, following the behavior carefully, is a dying art. Many years ago, a physician would spend time with the patient, study them, maybe hours and days, looking at their natural phenomena. That has disappeared. It's more remote. You send the patient to a clinic to get memory assessment, or send it to the blood bank to get a drawing. The face-to-face interaction with the patient is about 10 minutes, if you're lucky. It's mostly through the technician. That prevents the patient developing clinical insight about the phenomenology of what is it that you're looking for. This is particularly true in psychiatry, particularly true in areas where the behavior of the patient is very important. How they interact in a family situation, how they interact in particular situation. We need that. We need to capture that in order to nail down the phenomenology much better. Again, the other point is, the point you're making is about the orthodoxy in science is very serious problem, and that's a consequence of what happened in academia, at least in the United States. A professor cannot spend time pursuing a project that's not going to lead to a paper or a funded grant. If you're not bringing funded grant, you're not publishing, you don't have a future in academia. Years ago, a professor would be hired and would have a lifetime tenure, so he could spend time leisurely thinking, perplexing about the problem. You no longer can do that. So you have to worry about doing what's sellable, what's fundable, and the study sections want to only do what they think is right. So you have created a network of reinforcing each other. We are enclosed in a room, get used to each other's exhaust, and so any novel thing becomes a total surprise and unacceptable.
Great, thank you. Seeing no questions from, there's a question. Well, hold on. I need to give him a microphone, though, because we are really economizing here on day 2.
Thank you very much for the great talk and your perspective and lessons from the history, your efforts and everything. I just have some different question. Like as a scientist, we are mostly focusing on very tiny fractions of the problems each and every time. But if we are many, we can just pinch from many places and try to find some solutions for the overall picture. So the first time that I dreamed to be a scientist was around 2000, and we are 25 years away from this 2000. And when I checked the projections for Alzheimer's disease impact on the populations for 2050, it looks like it's going to be greater than 2.5-fold more. So based on all of this, we are actually more closer than how it seems to tomorrow. So when mankind decided to land a man on moon, they did it in 10 years. But what kind of reason should we need as the same weight as the Cold War for fighting with Alzheimer's disease? What do you think for tomorrow? What kind of reasons we can tell the society that this is very important, very close than it seems, and very, very harder than how it looks like, because we don't see any people with Alzheimer's disease around. They are somewhere living their lives, hardly. So what do we need to tell people to support science and this more? Thank you.
So I'm going to try to answer the question and also retell the question simultaneously. Zavin's hearing's not so. So basically, the question was in terms of looking at the man on the moon, the Apollo mission, in terms of setting a goal. What can we do to be a little bit more pragmatic in the fight against Alzheimer's disease and neurodegenerative diseases in terms of setting what might be a reasonable goal to be, I guess, at least certainly attainable, but also something to offer hope. And in partially answering your question, I think there's also an opportunity here, pulling from Jim's presentation and some of the earlier presentations, that what we also need to do is start to talk about a pivot. And one thing that we really do need to communicate to the public is that there are opportunities to sustain oneself, one's autonomy and independence through better applications of technology, better sort of harnessing of medical knowledge. For example, the idea that being heart healthy might be brain healthy is something that's attainable today. Taking care of behavioral problems, sleep, depression is something that we can do today. Exercising is something we can do today. And so part of the challenge for the political community as well as the advocacy community is to take those messages forward and really try to make it understandable and really sort of part of the common vernacular. So Zavin, the question is...
Well, that's, there are two approaches we want to take. One is the top-down, which Ara described, things that we can do now, such as recommending the lifestyle changes. That's beginning to have an effect. Diet, exercise, the kinds of things. So for that, we need the large numbers, and the Brainwatch Coalition partnership with INDRC will try to do that. The bottom line approach, that is try to change the paradigm for drug discovery, to change the paradigm for drug development. Rather than looking for linear relationship between a molecule and a thing, we want to look at multiple interact. That's where the systems approach comes into the picture. For example, we know that vascular changes, metabolic changes, has a major risk factors. We want to combine the pre-existing treatments for stroke, for hypertension, with some other molecule, so that there would be combination of approaches to regulate the functionality of the neuron. The focus is on because the unit, the most proximal change that's occurring in the brain is the massive loss of synapses. What are the things we can do to step that? The amyloid is a part of the story, but it's not the causative factor. It's a factor that contributes. Tau is an important contributor because it affects the exoplasmic transport system, affects the synaptic loss. So we want to use the modeling approach to identify what is the optimal conditions to maintain the connectivity of the neuron. That's where the CLARA project comes into, because it's going to change the paradigm of drug discovery, drug development, drug testing.
Maybe both of you can respond to this. I made a remark yesterday. The question is, what additional actor or discipline or perspective or team player do we need to invite into the CLARA team? And after a couple of red wines the other night, it seems to me that we could benefit by bringing in gamers, people that think differently about exchange of ideas to design virtual experiences and make that real. So the question for both of you is, how could we take advantage of the mindset and the experience and the systems available to the gamers, the design games, to think of how that can design the interplay between the synapses and the movements that you're talking about? Or is that a waste of time to bring those kinds of viewpoints into our discussions?
Well, I spent my entire academic career at NIH doing precisely that. If you look at the progress in Alzheimer's research compared to other neurological conditions, Alzheimer's took off like a rocket because of that multidisciplinary approach to the problem. If you look at the literature, neurology, psychiatry literature, 1978, 1980, in that period, 90% of the papers dealt with Parkinson's, in psychiatry, depression, schizophrenia. There was no mention of Alzheimer's. If you went to a scientific meeting, there was no paper on Alzheimer's. By 1990, things had flipped. You had the genetics of Alzheimer's. You had the biology. Why? Because we organized the program at NIH differently than neurology and psychiatry. We organized it vertically. That is starting with the genetics, molecular biology, neurology, psychiatry, physiology, mathematician, vertically organized, and created what's called team science. That was the key to the success of the Alzheimer's program compared to Parkinson's. Nobody was studying the relationship between clinical features and neuropathology. I was the one that set up the neuropathology core for Alzheimer's, along with the clinical features, so that clinicians could follow the progression of the disease. When they died, the brain became available. That brain was made available to the geneticists, to the biologists, to the chemists. So now they had something to work with. So we want to use that approach to putting the team to look at the computational aspects. Most everybody is using existing computational methods based on digital logic. Well, that's very limited because the brain doesn't have any digital information. It's all analog. So we want to introduce analog computing. We want to combine that with Boolean logic. So the platform we want to create is a hybrid one, depending on the front end will be analog computing with Boolean operations to switch, and digital operations were appropriate. So we want to create the tools rather than just assemble a group of people and, just have a kumbaya. That's not the idea is to have a plan. The reason I used the Men on the Moon mission as a prototype is that what are the characteristics of these major undertakings? Men on the Moon was 10 years. Building the Transcontinental Railroad was another one. Building the Suez Canal, building the Panama Canal, breaking the atom. Each one of those took 10 years to accomplish. Each one of them within 10 years were accomplished. Why? Because there was a clear-cut goal. You identify the goal. Then you look back, you say, what are the obstacles you have to solve? What kind of a management system you want to create? What kind of a financing you want to create? So there's a plan you go by achieving that. That's the model we want to use with the platform we want to create with CLARA, is develop a new approach to tackling the complexity of the neurobiology. Rather than picking things off the shelf, we want to assemble the best mathematicians, the best biologists, or whatever it takes, whatever discipline that can contribute to building this platform for communicating, for archiving. Essentially, it will be an international shared resource that people can come in, put ideas, and use the tools that we develop. It will progressively become more and more sophisticated, more useful. That's a mouthful.
Well, I think this has been a wonderful session. I think actually I could probably just sit here and we could all have coffee, or we can listen to my keynote speech, but Zaven covered so much. Let's give him a round of applause. So, I will introduce myself again as Chief Scientific Officer of INDRC, and also, of course, one of the program co-leads of the CLARA project. And today I am going to be talking a little bit more about what Zaven just covered, and so we will wait for the slides to get spun up, and we can talk a little bit more as that's happening about the perspective for why the CLARA project is so important. And, oh, here we go. So basically, as we noted, for those of you who don't know me, I spent about 20 years as executive editor of Alzheimer's and Dementia. This was the journal of the Alzheimer's Association. Zaven and I both founded the journal about 20 years ago, and for those who are in the research field, particularly in Alzheimer's research, it's grown to be one of the most prominent journals in all of clinical neurology. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm actually sort of explaining that is something that was very interesting to see. 10,000 plus articles were reviewed over that period of time, and people honestly asked the question, what did you learn from that? What was the experience all about? And how do you read scientific papers today? And something that I reflect on, and it was in Michal's presentation, and it keeps coming up again and again, is this idea of really landing on conceptual knowledge, really trying to understand at the heart of what it is. And for those of you who have ever interacted with an emeritus level professor who could tell you in great detail about the neuroanatomy of the brain, or explain a very complex system, or paint a picture, they take you on a journey. And it's like listening to your own personal podcast. And yet, after, at least for me, after about 30 minutes from that encounter, I walk away and I've forgotten everything that they've said. But I know that's a great resource. And so in many respects, I think that's really sort of the promise for the CLARA project. It's how do we actually start to make some sense out of the complexity and create the stories that are necessary to really sort of impart this translational knowledge. So I think that's where we're going to start my talk today, which is this idea of the paradox of slowness. And there was a recent article that was published, I think in Cell, a group of researchers from Caltech actually wanted to look at how fast humans onboard information. And I think they came up with this estimate of about 10 bits per second. And so that was, obviously they were, making references to other entrepreneurs who talked about the limits of the human brain and how can we increase throughput. And I shared the article with Zaven, and he, basically said, wait a minute, what are these guys doing here? You're kind of missing the point. There's a much bigger picture. And that bigger picture is that you don't need to process everything that's thrown at you. I mean, if you could imagine being in this room, dealing with all of the signals of various cell phones, emails, whatever, inputs from outsides, all sorts of, your brain would be fried. There's no way to process it. And yet the human brain, as was noted earlier, is actually very good at filtering. And so we are able to pick out what is actually important to focus on. Much like looking at the scientific literature, there is a way to compact information so that you can basically jump the gap between what's received versus what's understood. And yet, this is sort of a paradox for science today, that we are very data rich. It has been estimated that the world funders of research have probably invested, 30, 50 billion dollars into research, but only maybe about 5%, 10% has really been analyzed or understood. And this is a question I always ask at scientific meetings of colleagues. And so this is, that's not empirical, but that's sort of what the face validity suggests. So the pointillism problem has been articulated by many at this meeting, and so I think it's going to bear repeating once again that there are many dots and there's no cohesive picture. And I think that this, again, sort of looking back as a journal editor for a multidisciplinary field such as Alzheimer's disease, you would receive papers on a variety of different topics, everything from the molecular aspects of a particular gene or a protein, all the way up to the sociological problems of delivering care for one particular group of people. And yet there was really no way to sort of understand that fragmentation and really to sort of think about how we can better connect that information. And so this is, the lead here is really trying to understand complexity. And so with Alzheimer's, it really sort of represents perhaps one of the greatest examples of complexity. In Adam's talk yesterday, he brilliantly covered the topic of heterogeneity. That's a topic that is very much near and dear to the heart of the CLARA project, which is really trying to piece apart these issues of what Alzheimer's looks like. And and for many people, and I think in his presentation, he really showed this idea that it can be a bit of a fruit salad. Once you've seen one Alzheimer's patient, you've seen one Alzheimer's patient. And for practical drug development or therapy development that requires regulatory approval, homogeneity of clinical samples is something that really eludes us. So that really sort of requires perhaps a different way about thinking about how the brain is this multi-scale, nonlinear, and yet very adaptive system. It was pointed out that reduction certainly cannot connect these scales, and again, using one of Zaven's metaphors, you can look at a molecule of water and still not be able to predict a tsunami. So that's kind of the level of scale that we're dealing with. And so one of the ideas behind CLARA is to create not only this new language of integration, but creating the grammar and the syntax to make that happen. So let's dive into what exactly CLARA is all about. Part of this is the idea of establishing a mission or an aim. I think that was one of the questions we heard earlier. And certainly the center is focused on a very important one, which is the neuron vitality and longevity. So very early in the proposal, we wrote this mission statement that we want to understand how to keep a neuron surviving almost flawlessly for 120 years, period. That's our ideal. And this is going to be done, or at least sort of looked at through three lenses. The issue of neuronal energetics and metabolism, the components of cell cycling and repair, and then of course through the lens of signal transduction. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to need to bring, and this comes into the question of building the team, we're going to need the clinical, we're going to need the neuroscience, the molecular, the biology, the HPC, the quantum computing, the AI, the ML, and that's just a few of the methods that are in the CLARA proposal. But nevertheless, this is sort of really trying to articulate that CLARA is going to deliver on this proof of concept to show that such a platform can be built. So we've all heard about the Apollo moment. That is a great metaphor, and certainly, everybody has heard President Kennedy's speech, and almost everybody sort of thinks about the idea of setting a man on the moon in 10 years and returning him safely back to Earth. But I think there's a little bit more to look into his speech, which I think is also equally inspiring. And it says, "We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained." He goes on to say, if the encapsulated history of human progress has taught us anything, it's that knowledge and progress is dramatic and is determined that it cannot be stopped. And so this is sort of our opportunity, is to build greater knowledge, and the more knowledge we understand, the more ignorance is revealed to us. And I think there's an element of humility here too, that we really need to sort of understand that by breaking down barriers and really trying to inspire new researchers, and I really don't want to use the word young researchers, because I think everybody is coming to this project with a different set of goals and curiosity, that we ultimately are able to democratize knowledge, unite discovery, and pursue complexity as our moonshot. So what is the CLARA journey all about? And well, let's be honest, it has been a very interesting journey. We have brought together a group that has focused on foundation, integration, and translation. And the object has been trying to establish, we call it a collaboratorium, but in doing that, it's also trying to open up new ways of governing. And I think all of our partners who have worked on the work groups, we are very collaborative. We are incredibly engaging, and I feel very privileged to be working with you all, because if I ever have a question, I know exactly who I'm going to go to, and it's almost immediate and very fulfilling. The other thing is in terms of the integration, and I think in this, we've heard the concept of communication being very, very important. I think we're beginning to build a unified platform. Later today, you're going to be hearing from the research programs in terms of what their specific responsibilities are and what they're working on. But please know that we're also trying to figure out ways to start building that connective tissue. And I think that is something that is very important, that as we're doing this, we're also embedding into the process global training. And so, we look to our friends from Ukraine who are here, and we certainly welcome you to this process, because this is something that is not going to be done by just our group, but really is going to take a lot a lot of people to get involved. And then finally, the impact. And this gets back to Jim's comment earlier in terms of what are we going to be delivering to the public. And quite frankly, they demand something. And that is they want to be happy, they want to be autonomous, they want to be independent, and they don't necessarily need to be burdened by Alzheimer's or other chronic diseases. And so perhaps in addition to adapting policies and adapting mindsets, how we do things, we start to establish something that's called an idea of a performance ledger, which is really more of a way that we can all start to take better account of our own health. So we'll see if that comes to be. So what is our proof of progress? Well, I think this room actually represents that. Certainly Horizon Europe has been enormously helpful. The Czech national support equally helpful. And I think we are beginning to demonstrate that this is not just an editorial appearing in a news journal, but actually something that is really bringing people together. I cannot say enough about our active partners here in Prague, Brno, Ostrava, Munich, elsewhere, Paris, and even outside of Europe as well. And just out of curiosity, because I'm thinking about it now, how many people here are from Brno, by show of hands? Okay. Random thought, but in any case, it always sort of struck me that everybody that I've met from the Czech Republic has been from Brno, and so it is in fact not true. So, but in any case, the other thing that has also been interesting in terms of our demonstration of success has been now the soon-to-be or the launch of the hybrid quantum computing platform, as well as sort of our beginning to open up and use open AI models. And I think 2026 is going to further validate this work. So we keep coming back to communication, and of course, why not use more metaphors such as the Rosetta Stone? And if you look very carefully, you may even see the Tower of Babel was on one of the slides as well. But one of the promises that we will deliver on, I think, is the idea that as clinicians upload images of patients, as geneticists provide omics level data, as engineering simulations start to be built and CLARA starts to reveal these relationships, it is our hope that somebody in Ukraine is sitting at a cafe, has an idea about what might actually be the case for causing Alzheimer's or some other neurodegenerative disorder, and be able to use our platform that we built to gain some insights and develop some new knowledge. And so this is the idea behind what CLARA hopes to do for complexity. I've often thought about Roman multiplication as something that was always a challenge. And I don't know if anybody knows how to do Roman multiplication. No show of hands. Well, apparently it was the case in Rome that you could not do your ledgers and your accounting in anything but Roman numerals. And you had to go to experts to actually multiply numbers to do something as simple as cost accounting. Then this thing called Arabic numerals came out, and everybody started using it, kind of the ChatGPT of the Roman era. But nobody really was allowed to use Arabic numerals. So what they would do is they would do their multiplication in the Arabic numerals and then convert it back over to Roman numerals. So, true story. Oh. That's a horrible slide. But in any case, we are building this culture of champions, and I think it really sort of points to the fact that we are really looking to bring together sort of two components of that. It's not only sort of in terms of building the technology and the scientific know-how, but it's also really trying to bring together individuals who are notably skeptical, and that is actually something that is super important to what we're trying to accomplish. And it was in this slide of skepticism that I think Vit had mentioned the sort of the spirit of Tolkien as, think of the fellowship. I think is what he said. Each member is different, yet each is indispensable to the quest, and that's how we will succeed. And I think that's, to take that Tolkien reference a little bit further, one of the things that we also sort of have to slay is, as Zavin mentioned, the orthodoxy or perhaps even the golem character, that it's not this necessarily an evil character, but it's perhaps a flawed character, and that the scientific silos that we've established and the lack of sharing is, it may feel right, it may feel like you need to protect things, but in actuality, we really do need to cooperate. So this is an opportunity here to try to bring together the multiple levels that Jim was talking about and how to start inspiring different types of stakeholders. I'm going to start actually at the top with the political leaders and their legacy. And certainly it's easy to make fun of political leaders, but quite frankly, they sort of have an awful job. They need to stay employed, and they also need to run a country. But by the same token, I think they actually do need to start leading a little bit and perhaps thinking about the future in terms of what can inspire not only their legacy, but also inspire how their countries can be great. And certainly this idea of building these shared resources that bring the world together is a great starting place. For scientists and clinicians, what your precision, your methodologies are something that is absolutely necessary to this process. And so as we think about what the vision is of the CLARA project, what you do is so important, but we also need to start bringing that together into this larger context. Citizens, your participation is valid. As Zavin was sort of noting, the oddball question from the audience can perhaps throw a speaker off. That can happen to a mid-level researcher or a young researcher when the 102-year-old woman asks a question that is so simple and so clear, and it really sort of cuts through the noise. And I think that's the role for citizens, is to basically have the confidence to recognize that when something doesn't sound right, it probably isn't. And it's your job to sort of hold us experts accountable for that. And then finally, CLARA is open by design. We are very much thinking about every opportunity where we can collaborate, and our central vision, of course, is not just collaboration, but it is, in fact, trying to maintain personal autonomy and independence. And if we can use technology to do that, that's great. And if that means a different way of diagnosing a disorder to another way of perhaps putting social services in a way that uses technology or some other thing, I think all of that is going to be on the table. So we are really trying to take that next step. When we started this talk talking about all of the sensory inputs, there's a lot of data out there, but is there meaning? And the integration is what defines the progress, not the speed. And so I think that's something that we all sort of really need to focus in on. And then finally, something else that was brought up over and over again in some of the different talks is this idea that we need to start perhaps rethinking how we're modeling biology and really think about the analog digital divide, that this is something that's real, and we love technology, we love the digital environment, but we also really do need to sort of think about that rhythms, bits, and waves are just as important. And for those of you who were here last year, I made the metaphor of which would you rather? Would you rather read the libretto to a symphony, or would you rather hear the orchestra play its music? And I think that's kind of the level of understanding that we're trying to demonstrate with CLARA as well. So complexity is the common ground. And as I noted earlier, this isn't necessarily just limited to the global challenges of aging and climate are shared as well. Certainly topics of social and political organization, complexity is all around us. And in a conversation before the meeting started, we started to think about what might be ways to sort of insulate us against the so-called black swan effects and quote-unquote unintended rare events. In fact, there's probably very few rare events that actually we face, but what's happening is that we are becoming very orthodox in our way of evaluating information, and we're making ourselves more and more susceptible with our analytical methods. And so complexity really forces us to go beyond even our analytical abilities to start thinking about ways of working together to extract knowledge. So finally, what's the challenge? Well, CLARA is a movement to rewrite what's possible. The pointillism comment that each dot tool voice builds the architecture of tomorrow's breakthroughs, and then really the challenge is, will you help us build it? And I think the answer is resoundingly yes. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation and take some questions before we sort of close this session, before the coffee break. We have three minutes.
Ira, thank you very much. Actually, do I understand it well from your speech and Zaven's speech that you are announcing the Prague Manifesto towards some kind of a cell mission today?
What was the question?
So Vit asked about the announcement of the Prague Manifesto. There's a little bit of an inside joke here because when we were journal editors, there was the Beijing Manifesto, the Berlin Manifesto, the Washington Manifesto, and now we have the Prague Manifesto. Personally, I'm not a fan of the word manifesto, but nevertheless, it is this idea of really trying to rethink how we are going to bring this grammar of the CLARA project together through cell resiliency. So Vit is asking you, Zaven, to talk a little bit more about this idea that you have.
Well, you can choose any title you want, but the general idea is to energize, get attention of the scientific community that there is a new way of dealing with the problem, and there is a starting point. The Berlin Manifesto was drafted by Vladimir Hachinsky and I at a meeting at the Berlin Summit for Health in 2019 or something like that, and we published it in the journal. Essentially, it called for treating dementia by treating stroke. So it reintroduced the idea that you can prevent or ameliorate dementia by treating what's available, by re-engineering existing available compounds that have been very effective for various metabolic vascular conditions. So that was the general thrust of the Berlin Manifesto that had a very compelling physiological underpinnings to show that there is a rational relationship between metabolic vascular changes and neurodegenerative disorders. The Beijing Manifesto was a restatement of that, trying to engage China to become part of a large collaborative study to validate that, because China has a very large population. The cardiovascular metabolic disorders are high prevalence in Asiatic populations, China, Japan, Korea. So that was the general idea. The Prague Manifesto evolved out of that draft paper that Ara talked about, based on the published paper in neurology, Neuron, where two people used the speed of processing in terms of information theory. And I started writing the article as a commentary on it. Then, as it evolved, I used it as a critique of digital logic or digital framework for most of the modeling in neuroscience, saying that although it has been very productive, very useful, it has limitations, that the brain doesn't have any digital way of transmitting information. Everything is analog. And there are large number of time domains of changes. Some of the enzymatic changes that occur are in the femtosecond range. Some are in a nanosecond range. For example, the conformational change in calmodulin, which is a key molecule that goes through a formation change when a signal comes in from outside. Calcium levels go up. Calcium binds to the four binding sites of calmodulin. Calmodulin goes through a change and becomes a very important signaling. That's in the nanosecond range. Now, if you use digital logic and you're trying to sample, no computer has fast enough cycle time to be able to sample. Besides, it's going to generate a lot of memory in order to convert the analog signal into digital, so the digital computer can do. Whereas a high analog computer can solve instantaneous changes instantaneously. So the idea was to create for CLARA a new way of thinking about designing in silico modeling systems. We're trying to create a system. We're trying to create a tool. We're trying to create a shared resource so that people can contribute. So the objective would be, one, to integrate, translate data that's already available into knowledge. The other one is to create the tools necessary to solve the complexity problems. They don't exist now. That's why the metaphor of man on the moon was that when you start, you don't have we didn't have the rockets then, we don't have the in silico modeling tools to deal with complexity. How do you go from the molecular changes, how do you go from there into explaining cognitive change? It's nonlinear. We don't have so we're building from, that's why the idea of a manifesto, sort of declaration, and we hope to produce an article that would be published hopefully in Neuron. We've asked members of the CLARA team to look at it and make contribution. The declaration would say what we're trying to do and invite people to participate, invite partners, either funding or intellectually contributing. That's the general idea.
Thank you very much.
Answer your question?
Adam. Oh, Ira.
I just had a thought, same as yesterday, based on one of the first things you said, and it's probably more to the sort of the politics of things and the metrics that we use, and maybe what the broader public is going to care about. And like any project, essentially, you sort of optimize to the KPIs or whatever metrics that you're going to be judged on. And it reminded me that you spoke a bit about the economic drivers that have driven a lot of societal changes over many, many centuries. And in more recent years, most countries sort of measure themselves on things like the GDP, the gross domestic product. And it reminded me of something I learned recently. The country of Bhutan, I think, they measure a gross national happiness. It's one of their national metrics that they track and measure somehow. And so that forces them to sort of optimize to that outcome measure. So I was wondering, whether for CLARA or health systems more broadly, also touching on what you were saying yesterday about getting appropriate attention to the issues with the aging population and dementia and so forth, do we need some sort of like gross national health or some measurable metric that speaks more directly to what it is we're all trying to do?
Yeah. So I think in terms of answering your question, there's a little bit of I would say a philosophical divide that we have to overcome, and it's this tension in academic research that sort of focuses on case finding, and then on the other side, in the delivery of healthcare, basically sort of maintaining quote unquote health and what that is. And I'm sure you've seen this, and for those that don't know, there's this obvious tension between a case-finding activity versus a healthcare system that has to provide care, and perhaps those two don't always work together. So we have articulated, and Zaven sort of dropped hints of this, and we haven't described it adequately here today, about the Brainwatch Coalition, which is actually taking this idea, and I mentioned this notion of a performance ledger, is that maybe the way to be thinking about the merging of healthcare system level data, population level data, and the research needs is to take a more deterministic viewpoint, meaning can we start to establish measures of neuronal performance that actually are something that we can see and look at and quantify. So that was one of the key aims, and Jean-Marie is going to talk a little bit about that in RP3, but that idea of building out performance measures that sort of target cognition, behavior, and function, we can sidestep the issue of talking about disease. And from an advocacy point of view, that almost sort of serves the need of destigmatizing conditions. So we can talk about an individual's cognition sort of going along and then dipping down, and then trying to understand what the dip has caused without ever talking about what might be the pathological features of that, and actually respond to a nutritional problem or a sleep problem or a lack of exercise or whatever. And I think that in doing so, this will help healthcare systems identify gaps in their coverage better. For patients, this will give them something that's more actionable, so we don't have to wait the 5 or 10 years to, we're going to give you a pill that's going to fix something. And I think for political leaders, it actually can, I think, something that, this idea of a brain performance economy, we might be able to think about driving, we talk about this for automobiles and other things, maybe that's a better way to sort of index performance, and also sidestep the issue of whether or not happiness is good or not. Ira.
Yeah, a very different thought. I thought during the day what we are maybe missing still is we pay too little attention on researchers in embryology. I still think that by understanding how life becomes to be, you will also understand how it ends. And I just, during your both talks, I checked the literature again, and there was a man, even Balaban, and he had crazy ideas in understanding chickens' brain development. And there you can get so many ideas what could be functionally going wrong later again, because it is a circle, the life is a circle. And it's very important that we should include animal researchers, basic scientists into this group, because otherwise we will not succeed.
Totally agree.
Computers will not replace our brains. They are not able to do so.
You bring up a very good point that are sympathetic to my thinking. I'm very much interested in evolutionary biology. How did the brain evolve? And also developmental aspect, because during developing brain, it more or less replicates the evolution. So I think that perspective would be incorporated into the modeling system, because a number of these very important metabolic pathways have an evolutionary history that gives us insight to what the objective was, if you will, being anthropomorphic, if you will. So I think that's a very important perspective about the evolutionary biology of some very significant events. For example, the Krebs cycle, which is very crucial. How did it evolve? What was the intent? There are similar biochemical reactions that have the membrane formation. What is the role of the membrane, which has been ignored? And it plays a very, very important role. It's dynamic. It changes with development, changes as a result to insult. There is a very intricate interaction between membrane and membrane-embedded proteins, such as receptors, transmembrane proteins. Those have not been modeled. Again, it gets into the question of there are certain areas of science that scientists do not get into because the answers are not readily available, they don't have the technique, and they're not likely to get funded.
So Zaven,
So those are the things
we're gonna end the session now, and you are going to continue this at the coffee break, because I didn't want to interrupt it, but I think we need to close this session and thank everybody. Thank Jim, thank Zaven. You don't have to thank me.
No, we definitely thank you, Ara, for your many roles, being a keynote speaker as well as moderator. So thank you very much and enjoy the coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I kindly ask you to come back? And we would like to continue in our program. I believe it will be very exciting because now we are going to talk about science itself, and it will be 3 scientific projects, presentations of CLARA research programs. And we have got 3 representatives for research program number 1. It will be Engineer Petr Kouba from CIRC, CTU, with the topic Learning to Engineer Protein Flexibility. The second speaker for research program number 2, it will be Nino Borgos from Paris Brain Institute. And for the third one, Jean-Marie Boutelier, who is known for all of you already. So if I can ask, please, Petr Kouba to come here and give his presentation.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. So my name is Petr Kouba, and today I will be talking about our work on studying protein flexibility using machine learning and the relevance of such approach for the study of neurodegeneration. So firstly, let me give you a brief introduction about proteins. So proteins are are biomolecules with complex structure, which we can see an example of denoted in green in the lower corner. But interesting property of the proteins is that all the natural proteins are composed of just 20 natural amino acids, which we can see in the table at top. And because of this property, we can also actually represent the proteins in a much simpler way than using their structure, and that is by using the protein sequence. So we can actually represent the protein just as a 1D sequence of the amino acids that the protein is composed of. But why to study protein? What makes them important for human health? So I think many people actually, when they hear about proteins, think of like nutritional supplements and so on, and they're not wrong. I mean, proteins are really important nutrients in the human body. But what makes proteins even more interesting are all the different functions it can perform. And for example, there's important class of proteins called enzymes, which catalyzes chemical reactions. So these enzymes, they can take on the input a molecule, perform a chemical reaction on top of it, and they can output a completely different molecule. And this can play a role in many important processes in nature. Another important class of proteins is, for example, antibodies. And we have an illustration here of the antibodies attacking a virus particle. And antibodies, they're actually the weapons of the immune system, which are used to fight antigens such as viruses. And another role of proteins is that often they can be considered the drug targets. So imagine that in the human body there can be a protein which malfunctions, and this inspires us actually to design drugs which would correct the behavior of the protein, and by this means we could treat the condition that the malfunctioning protein causes. An example of a drug target relevant in neurodegeneration, in particular for the Alzheimer's disease, is the apolipoprotein E, short ApoE. The function of this protein is that it transports lipids to the cells in the body. Interesting thing about this protein is that it can exhibit certain mutations. So most of the population has a protein called ApoE3, but some people in the population can have a mutation at this protein, which makes them the carriers of the ApoE2 protein. And there's also a different mutation, which is and the ApoE with the different mutation is then called ApoE4. And it has been actually observed in the clinic that depending on which of these variants of the ApoE protein a person has a strong effect on the risk of that person later suffering from Alzheimer's. So actually most of the population has ApoE3, but the people who have ApoE2 mutant, they are less likely to suffer from Alzheimer's. And on the other hand, the people with the ApoE4 mutant, they're actually much more likely to suffer from Alzheimer's later. So this observation actually motivates us to study this protein, because if we can understand the differences between these variants of the protein, it could help us understand the disease and design drugs. Our colleagues from ICRC in Brno are studying this protein a lot, and they already released 2 manuscripts studying the process of ApoE aggregation. That is a process believed to be relevant for neurodegeneration. In particular, they studied the effect of potential drugs for the Alzheimer's disease on the process of ApoE aggregation. So I hope now everybody is motivated to study proteins and ApoE in particular. But let me tell you a bit more about proteins and one important property of proteins. The property is the protein flexibility. So I talked about the way of representing protein by their sequence or the structure, but it's not the full picture. because proteins can exhibit dynamics. They can move, they can change their shape. And this is actually a very important property for the protein function. By the function, we often mean actually the ability to bind or unbind different molecules. Here we should see an example. Okay, it doesn't work, but we have the red protein, which has a flexible part, the green loop. And this green loop, it can move, which can lead to the occlusion of the binding site, which leads to the release of the yellow ligand, so the yellow molecule which is bound to it. And this motivates us to study protein flexibility, and I will tell you more about two challenges that we try to address in this regard. That is, one of the challenges actually to define the flexibility properly so we can study it and develop tools for studying it. And the second challenge is actually to develop a predictor of protein flexibility. So we would be able to predict which parts of the protein move in which way. And that's what we did in our work. So we developed a tool called FlexPert. FlexPert is a neural network-based predictor. And it takes on the input the protein sequence or the protein structure, and it outputs the prediction of the flexibility of the individual amino acids within the protein. To train FlexPert, we use data coming from the molecular dynamics simulations. In particular, the Atlas MD dataset, which contains simulations of almost 1,400 proteins. And these molecular dynamics simulations are actually a great way to estimate the protein flexibility. The problem with it is that it's super slow. So it can take weeks to simulate the protein dynamics using molecular dynamics. And that motivates us to develop a neural network-based predictor, which would be much faster. So we developed two versions of the predictor. The first one is called FlexPert-seq, and that's working with the protein sequence. So it takes on the input the sequence of the protein and outputs the flexibility for each of the amino acids. And to develop this predictor, we work with protein language models. That is the language model that I guess people are familiar with. But these protein language models, they are pre-trained on the sequences of proteins. So they know the grammar, let's say, of the proteins really well, and they are able to represent the proteins efficiently. So we start with a pre-trained protein language model, and we fine-tune it using our data on flexibility in order to get this predictor. Then we have another version of this predictor which takes on the input not only the sequence but also the protein structure. In order to achieve this, we take the FlexPert-seq predictor and we combine it with anisotropic network models. These anisotropic network models are a simplified mathematical model of the protein dynamics, which are also very fast. And we combine them in this combined FlexPert 3D predictor, which takes on the input the sequence and the structure, and then again outputs flexibility, which considers both of these modalities from the input. These are the results. So like the numbers I'm presenting are the Pearson correlation of our predictions to the ground truth, which is the flexibility from the MD simulations. And we can see that both the FlexPert-seq and the FlexPert 3D outperform its counterparts in terms of this metric. So there's some visualization of the flexibility predictions, but I will talk about that a bit more later, so let me move on. We published our work in ICLR, which is a prestigious machine learning conference, and we presented it this year at the conference in Singapore. The code, data, and models are freely available. And in order to make this tool even more accessible to the community, our student, Jan Richter, is currently working on a web server for this tool. The web server is almost ready, so we can have a look at a demo. So in the web server, can we have a look at the demo? No? Is it? Can you play it? Oh, okay. Never mind. So, yeah, I mean, it will be anyway very soon available online. So, now to conclude, let me briefly talk about our ongoing work on applying the tool to the APOE protein. Here we can see the visualization of the prediction for the 4-helix bundle of the APOE protein. So that's the best studied part of this protein. And in the warmer colors, we can see the higher flexibility, and like in the blue-like colors, we can see the more rigid parts of the protein. But what is more interesting for us is to compare the differences between the different variants of this protein. In particular, that's what we present here. So in this plot, on the y-axis, we can see the predicted flexibility, and on the x-axis, we can see the residues of the, like the indices of the residues of the 4-helix bundle of the protein, of the APOE protein. So the 4-helix bundle is there, the structure is shown there. Now the color is not coding flexibility, it's just a legend for the different parts of the protein. So we can see the dark blue helix is, for example, would be this region in the plot. And then we see the different variants in the different contours. So the orange one would be APOE4, and the blue one would be APOE2, and the red one would be APOE3. There is some shift in the absolute values of the flexibility, but we don't consider that to be as relevant. What we are interested here is actually to see relative shifts in the flexibility. And we can see the profiles of the flexibility for these three variants are super similar, which is not surprising because there's just tiny differences between these proteins. And, but where we can actually see a relative difference is at the locations of the mutations. So for the APOE4 mutation, we can see that for the orange curve, we can see that the flexibility is relatively increased when compared to the red and blue curves representing APOE3 or 2 respectively. Similarly, at the location of APOE2 mutation, we can see even bigger effect in terms of flexibility, that the mutation of APOE2 is decreasing the flexibility as opposed to the case of APOE3 and APOE4. So this is, these are the results we are currently working with. We want to interpret them further to find out whether this is really a significant difference. And for future work, we would also like to analyze the flexibility of the full-length APOE protein, and not just this 4-helix bundle, because we believe we might find something relevant there as well. So thank you for your attention, and thank you to my collaborators.
Thank you very much. Maybe if there is some space for questions from the audience. And I don't see any. Yeah?
Thank you of your presentation. And I want to ask about how long did you work during this project and your research? How long was your team?
So I would say the paper for the flexibility predictor is like, I don't know, overall, let's say 1 year, including the publication, maybe like 6 months of intensive research, I would say.
Okay, thank you. And next, and what kind of issues did you have where you work with at the level to the pre-processing with data, preparing this data? Maybe do you remember? And always we can find something.
Yes, so actually the final decision to use this Atlas dataset helped us a lot because it's a very nice dataset which was nicely pre-processed. So we could sort of dodge these notorious issues. So in the end, it was okay, the data, but this dataset was released just a few months before we started this project. If it was not for that, and we would have to compile our own dataset, there would be much more hassle. Yeah.
Thank you, because so interesting this topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for question. And anybody else would like to ask? Yes?
So I was wondering, from the computational viewpoint, where is your bottleneck? Is in the storage, in the access to the data, in computing power? Where do you see need of more infrastructure?
I would say it's definitely the data. So we are working here with a data set of 1,400 simulated proteins, and for each protein, I can imagine the simulation to take even weeks. So of course you can parallelize for different proteins, but still you need a lot of compute for that. Also but it's not just compute. For the molecular dynamics, you also have to have some expertise. So you still have to have people who will set up sort of the simulation for your system, run it, and compile it in a data set. So that's why we have a data set of like 1,400 proteins, not like hundreds of thousands of proteins, I would say. So the data is the biggest bottleneck, and the reason for that is like combination of compute intensity with the need for experts. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sorry to the people behind the cameras that we moved from podium to a completely different place. Thank you very much. And now I would like to welcome the second speaker, which is Dr. Nino Burgos from Paris Brain Institute and CNRS. And her topic is AI for brain image analysis in neurodegenerative diseases. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenka, for the nice introduction. So yes, I'm Nino Burgos. I'm a CNRS research director. So CNRS is a French National Center for Scientific Research, and so I'm based at the Paris Brain Institute. And so I will present our work on AI for brain image analysis in neurodegenerative diseases. So neuroimaging is a very rich data where you can have information about the structure and physiology of the brain. But sometimes neuroimaging data are difficult to analyze because they include a lot of information. And so we can use computational methods relying on machine learning to analyze these images. For example, we can use this type of approach to predict the diagnosis. Here is an example of a positron emission tomography scan, so PET scan, that shows you the brain metabolism, so how much sugar the brain is using. We can feed this type of image to a convolutional neural network that will output a diagnosis, Alzheimer, no Alzheimer. There are many approaches that have been designed to do this type of things, but very little are translated to clinical practice. This is because of many reasons that I won't have time to detail here. Instead, as an alternative, we propose to develop methods on anomaly detection. So what is the principle? The idea is to detect anomalies from an input image by reconstructing what would be the healthy version of that input image. And this can be done using a generative model. So the principle, you first have a training phase, during which you use images of healthy subjects to train a generative model to reconstruct images of healthy appearance. Then, during the application phase, you feed an image that may or may not include anomalies to this trained network that will reconstruct an image that is pseudo-healthy, because it is the only thing it knows how to do. Then what you can do is compare this reconstructed image with the input, and this will highlight the anomalies. So in the team, we work a lot with variational autoencoders, which are a type of generative models. A difficulty that we have in our context, so the study of dementia, is that we don't have, in most of the cases, a mask of the anomalies. We don't have a ground truth. So one of our first contribution has been an evaluation framework that relies on simulating an abnormal image. Because basically, without this, we can only check whether when we feed an image of a healthy control, that the reconstruction also appears healthy. This is the only thing we can do. But with the simulation framework, we can actually validate a large number of generative models because we can ensure that we can assess the quality of the reconstruction, but also assess to which extent what we reconstruct is healthy. And also we can compute anomaly scores, both on simulated and real images. So we use this framework to compare a really large number of variants of the variational autoencoders. And until then, this had only been done on in computer vision in general, but not for medical images that are usually like 3D. And here we aim to detect anomalies that are quite subtle and diffuse. We are also interested in how to handle variability that arises in pseudo-healthy reconstruction because of the variability that exists within healthy controls, but also a variability that arises from the modeling itself. So first, we proposed a way to explicitly model variability that exists within healthy controls. So we explicitly model this within our reconstruction process. And we also investigated the variability that comes from the fact that that arises when you use different random seeds when you train models. And actually here you can see that the performance in terms of anomaly detection varies a lot depending just on the random seeds, which you don't want. And so we show that by combining different models, we can actually have a more robust performance. My screen is off. If it can be turned back on, please. Okay. So until then, I showed you work with quite standard generative models. But we also in the team propose new, more advanced generative models. This is the case with Bayesian flow networks. So you may be more familiar with diffusion models, which principle is to progressively denoise an image. So Bayesian flow networks, they also rely a bit on this principle, but they operate on the distribution theta t of the, so on the parameters of the data distribution, rather than the data itself, x. And it uses Bayesian inference, it uses Bayesian inference to update these parameters. And it does this in by relying on the previous parameters, but also on the noisy data x. The problem with these Bayesian flow networks, the initial approach, let's say, is that it's not meant for conditional generation and really not for anomaly detection. So we proposed different contributions to make this approach work for anomaly detection. So we start from an input image instead of starting from noise. And also we change the type of noise. So we use simplex noise instead of Gaussian noise. We also change the accuracy schedule to be in a highest noise regime. And also we change like the Bayesian update to always go back to the input image, again in a recursive manner. Okay. And here are some examples of results that rely on the evaluation framework that we proposed. So you have a ground truth, so the image of a healthy subject, that we use to generate an abnormal scan, and we know the anomaly that we generated. Here is the results that you can get of pseudo-healthy reconstruction with a standard like beta VAE and the anomaly map associated. So the reconstruction is not really subject-specific. It's quite smooth and it looks like any brain. Here are two other approaches based on GAN or a diffusion model. And here is the results that we get with our anomaly Bayesian flow networks. So the reconstruction looks more subject-specific, and we're able to detect the anomalies that we had generated. Okay, so until now, what I presented was developed using images acquired as part of like research. But what happens when we want to predict a diagnosis with images looking like that? Or if you want to detect anomalies from images looking like that? These are not so nice images, but this is what is being acquired every day in hospitals. So these images, they come from the one of the 39 hospitals of the Parisian area. So this network of hospitals is called APHP. And they're all gathered in a data warehouse. So this data warehouse was created in 2017 and is actually the first in France that is allowed to share data for research purposes. It includes administrative data, medical reports, imaging exams, biological results of more than 10 million patients. And so a potential of 10 to 100,000 of brain images. So as I was saying, in our community, many approaches are developed and tested with research data. So here our objective was to see how these approaches perform with real-world clinical data. Here again, we studied both diagnosis prediction and anomaly detection. For diagnosis prediction, we work with T1-weighted brain MRI, and we wanted to detect dementia patients from patients that are either no dementia with or without other lesions present in the brain. The results, not really surprising, the performance is much lower in this context than in a research context. But some observation, we show that the difference in proportions of images with a contrast agent, gadolinium, or with different quality levels was really biasing the results. We had a phenomenon of shortcut learning. And also we saw that the diagnostic codes, so ICD-10 codes, that we're using as labels were really not robust. So instead, we moved to an approach that doesn't require this diagnostic code as labels, and we go back to anomaly detection. Here we wanted to detect white matter lesions from FLAIR images. Here an example of results. So the lesions are in purple, and we had no way to have a pixel level annotation. So instead we use a FASECA score as proxy for the evaluation that basically reflects the amount of lesions we have in the brain. And so we can see that the FASECA score is consistent with the volume of the lesions that we automatically detect. So actually we did a lot of work with this data, a few conclusions. So really quality control and dataset homogenization are really crucial to enable the translation of computer-aided diagnosis tools to clinical practice. Also, not all AI approaches are appropriate for use in clinical practice. And also the last point is not because you have a huge dataset that it is gold, basically. Other characteristics matters. Before I finish, I want to briefly mention two open source Python libraries that we developed for neuroimaging processing and analysis with deep learning. So Clinica for image preprocessing and data management in general, and Clinica DL for deep learning experience. And with that, I want to conclude on the fact that by developing methods that are able to analyze images at the subject level, by developing open source software that are in favor of reproducibility, and by evaluating on real-world clinical data, we are making progress to translate computer-aided diagnosis tools to clinical practice. I want to thank the people I work with and you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nion. It was very interesting. I wonder, there are no questions on the Slido, but I'm sorry, we have space only for one question now. So it looks like Adam is lucky, one. And of course, if you will have any other questions, we will be very pleased to connect you to Ninon directly, so you can ask after the meeting.
It's very nice work, thank you. And I liked the part where you really looked at the robustness of your methods and if you like, the deterministic nature or not, depending on things like initial random seeding and other details. We want our results to be sort of reproducible in the sense you put the same data in, you get the same result out. My comment or question is about the the final output that you were kind of looking for, which was a binary, almost like a diagnosis. And I'm wondering if that's maybe a bit simplistic and that's really something that the clinician at the end of the day is responsible for, but you could have some sort of data reduction of a complex image or a set of data that gives information that is helpful to the clinician. It's more maybe probabilistic in some sense. And I'm thinking about Václav, if he's here, and his notion of data embeddings, somehow reducing high-dimensional information into sort of simplified, but not too simple, but things that are meaningful. I just wondered if you guys have been thinking along those lines.
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree more. Actually, if we perform this diagnosis prediction task, it wasn't really for the clinical application because we know that it's basically useless. It was more we were addressing our community of so medical image computing because this is a task that is that people love, it seems, and we just our message was basically to tell our community to stop saying that our algorithm is ready for clinical practice because it isn't. And so it was really to mimic like the task that is done in research and just to say it doesn't work and it's useless. So it was more for like these reasons, and now we move more like towards what is hopefully like useful, working with clinicians that tell us you should do that or that. But yes, I agree. This task is useless.
Yeah, it's super important because, you know, as you showed, the real world is very messy and it's completely different than a very sort of highly rarefied, you know, maybe single data set research development. But also, of course, you know, the issue of interpreting an image, there's just one data point in isolation. And of course, you're missing the clinical context that goes along with that. And it reminded me back some years ago when I was involved in the first phase 1 studies of donanemab, which is now approved in the US as an anti-amyloid treatment. And this was a phase 1 study, and so we were doing lots of imaging, and we were looking at these images as they came in. And we had amyloid, and we had tau, and we had structural MRI. And so we were sort of looking at each of these, and my God, what a box of frogs. There was, and this was a well-defined, you know, clinical trial population, but there was some had a head full of tau, massively positive tau scan, and their MRI looked like a 20-year-old. It was not a sign of atrophy, and vice versa. People's MRI looked like Swiss cheese, and they were tau negative. Okay, they were all amyloid positive, so, you know, it's very variable, and so you need the broader there's more stuff going on there than just the image.
Yeah, well, it's part of our future plans.
Yeah. Excellent.
Thank you very much for question, and thank you very much, Neil, again for your time and a lovely presentation. Now there is another last one, but very important one, a person who is coming to present CLARA research project. And while he was creating the name of the project, he got inspired by Prague, obviously, because the name is Data Alchemy, transforming multidisciplinary brain research data into actionable knowledge using computational modeling and cutting-edge technologies. And it will be presented by Jean-Marie Tellier.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. So I know I'm in a dangerous position because I'm the only thing separating you from your lunch. I will try and keep it short. I also know that the title is a mouthful, but my intention here was to sensitize you on a lot of aspects of the complex problem we're facing. And one of these aspects is the fact that there's a lot, well, we've been studying the brain for many years. And you know, there's a lot of information that came out of these efforts. So now, we've been studying for a long time, but it's still unclear how it works. I think there have been a lot of presentations that indicated that we're not quite there yet. For the patients, there is a very limited number of solutions, therapeutics, that are available. Now, why is that? Well, because the brain works at many scales. We've heard about molecular interactions. We've heard about things happening at the individual level in the entire brain. There are things that are only palpable at the population level. So we have all of these things happening at the spatial scale. There are also different issues taking place at different time scales, right? Actually, I could argue that your brain now is different than it was 5 minutes ago, because you've been exposed to something new, right? So if someone took your scan with the synaptic granularity, they would see differences. So there are all these time scales that are different. Similarly, you have the same brain that you're going to have for many years ahead, or a slightly changing brain. But so whenever you're being scanned, you're only going to have a snapshot, something that's going to be static. So it's a hard problem to start predicting how things are going to evolve. So in addition to that, there are issues in the different modalities. The way your vasculature works is going to affect your brain health. Your metabolic states, your metabolic health is going to affect brain health. Inflammation, genetics, all of these aspects do have an impact on brain health. So all of these disciplines should talk to each other, should be some kind of information piece that is going to be useful in understanding how the brain works. And again, so the brain is complex. The brain is a nonlinear, causal, dynamical, multivariate system. Again, a mouthful, not for the fun of saying it, it is hard. So all of these, again, are studied at multiple scales, and within CLARA, there are different research packages that each one of them is trying to address one of these issues, and then the research package 3 is aimed at trying to bridge them, bring them together to extract as much information and create models that would allow us to really get a complete dynamical understanding of that dynamical system that's the brain. So again, I'm going to hammer that complexity issue, because as you talk to different people, they're going to have a different way of looking at how healthy a brain is. It could be a lifestyle, it could be physical metrics, it could be structural metrics. When you look at MRI, it could be molecular markers when we talk about biomarkers. All of these aspects give you a point of view, but not really the full picture. Multiple disciplines. Well, being a neuroscientist can mean very, very different things, right? So you have all of these disciplines that each one of them is going to be focusing on one specific aspect. That's not all. You also have disciplines that intersect with neuroscience. And all of these, they have produced, in many decades, a lot of information, a lot of data. Now, roughly 300 to 350 journals linked to neuroscience. Over 2.4 million brain-related articles published. And again, this is not going to stop here, right? It's only increasing. So how can we go? I mean, would it be possible that there is knowledge in those papers? Is it possible that, we just haven't really looked deep enough, or we haven't integrated this information well enough. Now, in addition to papers, well, you can say, well, there is data. We can use data. Well, it's true. There are a lot of databases. You have your imaging databases, genomics databases, you name them. And actually, there's so many databases that nowadays you kind of need to have a database of databases, right? So, again, how can we go about getting some clarity within all of this? Well, there have been some efforts in trying to integrate all of that. So there are newer standards that have evolved. One of them is at the laboratory level is called FAIR. FAIR means findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So that data sets are not just dying, but they can actually be useful for other labs and potentially integrated in something bigger. One of the aspects is that this data can then be placed in repositories. And again, repositories are a good way of organizing the data. Similarly, these repositories, they are searchable, right? So there are search engines can look at them, index them, and provide an effective way of searching the data. But it's still not easy. It's still something that Olivier was mentioning yesterday. The modalities by which the data was acquired is a little bit different. And then the metadata that was used is a little bit different. So integrating these things is like a puzzle with pieces that just won't fit together. So it makes things a little more complicated. So one way to go about this would be to use newer tools, the newer tools that have been discovered. Could they help us to integrate information found, for example, in publications? Well, so what we decided to do was to create some proof of concept. Would it be possible to aggregate information from the literature? Yes, it's not going to, it's not going to be clean. Every paper is going to be different. Authors are going to use different ways of presenting their data. But let's see what we can go about it. And so we used a very simple LLM, large language model. It's local. It's not even on the cloud. It runs on the laptop. And we propose to enhance its context base using what's called RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation. We basically force feed the duck. We're providing information from these papers and having the large language model ingest these papers. And in addition to that, we added what's called a knowledge graph. So we had the LLM generate a knowledge graph from these publications. What does it mean? Well, a knowledge graph is kind of a structural representation of how entities within the data are connected with each other. So how are they connected? For example, for people who know the movie Casino, well, it would mean that movie, in that movie, there were several people that acted in it. Robert De Niro, Sharon Stone. So you now have entities, movie, actor, that have a relationship between them. So in doing that, you can start creating connections between different aspects. So why knowledge graphs? Well, knowledge graphs are actually a good way of organizing information. It helps provide context. It facilitates a deeper understanding. And it also allows for structured interconnection between information. And basically, it allows you to if you imagine that you have multiple papers that mention different aspects of the disease, well, you could now link papers that originally seemed completely unrelated, right? Because they share some nodes. So it really supports what's called multi-hop reasoning, because you can generate these longer interconnections. So again, proof of concept that an undergrad in computer science generated was a very small large language model that contains this graph rag that was augmented with this graph rag. Everything local, local database, local large language model, only 3 billion parameters, so starts relatively dumb. I mean, it's really unsmart. But, so you can access it with a web interface, and we built a few agents to interact with it, and we only used 12 publications. We fed it with 12 publications that focused on some cellular mechanisms, some cell type specific cell responses, neurons, astrocytes, microglia. All of these cells kind of interact with each other in the nervous system. And then we looked at, we also incorporate some temporal dynamics. All these papers are here, and they provide a different view of the cell life and activity. And then we asked questions to the system. And we asked questions and tried to emphasize some integration aspects. Was the LLM capable of creating bridges? And what we saw, so not simple questions, right? It was questions that were relatively complex. And in response to those questions, the graph focuses on one aspect. Here, so we only include 45 nodes for visualization purposes, but 12 papers resulted in 16,000 nodes, 39,000 relationships, right? With 12 papers. So we can generate all these connections, these interconnections. And then we evaluated the response of the system with different evaluation metrics using another LLM or another Python frameworks for the evaluation of large language model responses. And we compared that to expert verified responses using 3 criteria: correctness, coherence, and relevancy. And we computed the average. Now, here, again, very preliminary result. Very small LLM, very small number of publications. But, so the naive model, we did not even graph because it was impossible for this model to answer the question. Now, the RAG, if we did not include the interconnection and the knowledge graph, we only used the augmented system, provided roughly 60% of score, overall score. Well, the RAG graph on these 12 papers was already capable of increasing about 10%. Again, very simple system, right? So we believe that using these newer technologies really allow to get a more complete understanding. There are so many aspects within neuroscience, within how we look at the nervous system, that could these tools be useful to help us get there, get a more complete understanding? So, long story short, I have no time left. So, again, there's a lot of information that's out there. A lot of scientific evidence is available. So, without digging further in the ground, could it be that the pile of dirt that we have extracted already contains useful knowledge that we have not yet extracted? It is possible. We have novel methodologies, new tools that could help us integrate that information and extract knowledge. This could be done across sources, scales, and disciplines. I think it'd be useful to try and do that, because it would really yield a more comprehensive understanding of what is happening in the brain. So we just developed, again, a very small proof of concept, and we intend on moving further with that. And again, this is an open problem. Publications are available. We can do that as a collaborative work. Preliminary results are encouraging, and the proof of concept can be considerably improved. Considerably improved. There are a lot of techniques that can be applied to that to extract meaningful knowledge. So it can facilitate knowledge extraction. It can generate a much more comprehensive map of what is happening in the brain. And in the end, it should allow us to really focus on where can we intervene, where can we get, where can we make a difference, either to maintain the health of the brain or to have a therapeutic intervention that will make a difference into improving the symptoms. Yeah, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jean-Marie Bouteiller, for this great talk, representative of INDRC for this part. We have got, again, only one question, space for one question. Yes, thank you, Ira.
I was wondering if you are closely working together with the cancer field, because there they have a tradition for this searching information, as cancer is as big as neuroscience.
Right.
And there are great developments during the last years. So I was wondering how you
No,
are
so
interconnected.
I've been following that, and I think they have a tremendous amount of knowledge in these kind of knowledge integration field. So I think, again, both the NDRC, CLARA, and the scientific community should work openly, because that's how problems are solved. I think that there's one thing that I really like is none of us is smarter than all of us. And that's the kind of meaningful answer that we're looking for that can definitely benefit from very open collaboration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jean-Marie, again. And now I would like to invite you all for a lunch and some break. And if we could start again at 1:10, it would be lovely, because we had some kind of like a smaller gap for lunch that we were expecting to have. But please, we have some more interesting topics in front of us. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know that lunch is great and tasty and wonderful, but the coming lectures are going to be very tasty as well, you have my word. So if we could please slowly make our way back to the chairs, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. By the way, you can take your cakes with you and you can eat while you listen. What kind of a luxury is that? You're on an academic, hallowed grounds and you can have a tiramisu whilst listening to interdisciplinary academia. I think that's pretty sweet, pardon the pun. So if I could please ask you, I'm so sorry to be one of those annoying people, but from the tables, I see you in passionate discussion, but please passionately make your way back to the chairs. Thank you very much. We'll start in a couple of minutes. All right, I got the very clear signal from backstage, where it's not really the backstage, they're just here, front stage, middle stage, that we can start. So can I please have quiet? Oh, yes, you do follow instructions. This is wonderful. I can also see some of you strategically decided to stay by the buffet, which is great. So you can listen to us from the table. But I would please like to ask you to be in conference mode now, because we're back to the talks. We're back to presenting the research streams and the fantastic, fantastic talent that we've got gathered here today. Just to wake you up after lunch, I'm going to ask you a question. How many of you have seen Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein yet? I'm not sure it's in cinemas, actually. How many of you have read Frankenstein? Yes. How many of you see the parallels to Frankenstein that was written 208 years ago now to today? Ah, fantastic. You see, I'm an archaeologist, so I enjoy making these kind of trivia connections. But when Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein at the age of 19, which is nuts, laying the basis for basically the sci-fi genre as we know it, it was an amazing time in academia. You had galvanism that was rising up. People were fascinated by electricity. It gave rise to these fantastic phenomena like the occult. And people started really wondering, what if you harness electricity and combine it with humanity, if you're going to get artificial life? And that is exactly what Frankenstein is about. Now, Frankenstein goes down a slightly dystopic path. Most people in it die, and it's all a bit sad and tragic, typical Gothic horror. But actually, this desire of humanity to kind of harness the modern technologies for life itself and to understand why we behave the way that we do hasn't really left us in 200 years, 2,000 years really. Some of the earliest ancient Greek myths are about automatons. So I think that today what we're really, really looking at is breaking down the silos of academia, looking at interdisciplinary science and how we can harness the power of machine learning and artificial intelligence that's staring at you from every page in the newspapers with more soft ideas about understanding how the brain works, how we transfer knowledge, how humans function. And I thought that I was out of place as an archaeologist in this place, but when I was talking to Ara just before the starting of this panel, he mentioned the Rosetta Stone, and I thought, yes, these are my people. So I'm very, very excited to be here. We heard some fantastic, fantastic presentations until now, and we're going to dive straight back into them. I would like to invite the first speaker of this session, Saltuk Erimles from ICSC RISI Talks at the Masaryk University to talk to us about the recent progress in drug screening for APOE or APOE. It's a lot of abbreviations, I'm sorry, I got most of that wrong, but please, round of applause. And also, Use Slido. Don't be shy. Ask him questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very nice introduction. And I'm really happy to be here talking about our progress, our scientific progress, in front of this very wide variety of people from different fields and different countries. So I'm Saltuk Eğilmez. I'm coming from Masaryk University, and I'm working in ICRC as a postdoc researcher, and mostly working on APOE protein, which you have heard many times during the presentations. So first of all, I will start talking about Alzheimer's disease and role of APOE isoforms in Alzheimer's disease, and a little bit dive into more structural point of view of these protein-ligand interactions with more like a mode of Lego or Tetris, but in nanometer scales. So then I will try explaining how are we doing our search for drugs for these targets and results and summary. So first of all, you have already listened many aspects of Alzheimer's disease. So there are too many different reasons for Alzheimer's disease to develop, but the main problem is that this neural decay and loss of autonomy. So this is really an important thing which affects the quality of life of the people. And it's really projected for 2.5 folds for 2050. So this is a very serious one. As from the discussions, you also saw that it's a multifactorial disease which has primarily by age, trauma, and genetic reasons. So firstly, we have, in our research, we have mostly focused on APOE polymorphism. So just for checking what APOE is, kind of a protein like that, made of different domains. One is the receptor binding region, and another one is the lipid binding region. So this works as in the lipid metabolism and transfer in the brain. And there are lots of mutations on that protein. Over 30, counting with the minors, mutations in the protein, but one of the isoform, APOE, is the APOE4 is the most problematic one, which we have a mutation on the receptor binding region of the protein. Just to check what it does actually is the lipid binding part binds to the lipids, and then after that this receptor binding region acts in a way forming some sort of structure with the lipid vesicles and performs its function for transportation of the lipids in and out to the cells and to the outside. So we can also see from this image that I'm not going to dive into too many details of that one, but the misfolding on APOE4 happens so frequently than the other ones, which puts so much problems on the cellular level. It aggregates and then it starts the oxidative stress for the brain cells, which can cause the death of the cells. The isoforms on APOE4, let's imagine this as an APOE2 protein, this 4-helix bundle, without any of those balls here, which means that it's APOE2. Then after that, if you have the mutation in one of the regions, this one, you get your APOE3, and then the second one is you are having APOE4. The problem is that like the charge accumulation is there. Sometimes there are some structural problems also for this protein affecting its stability and flexibility. So there are some approaches for the therapeutic purposes. One of the strategies is the gene editing, gene therapy, but this is a very highly new area, so we still don't know how to affect the genes and then start producing APOE2 or 3 rather than 4. Another one is the transcriptional pathway editing, which means that you will affect the protein synthesis in the transcription level. And also there are the studies which is showing some evidences that the APOE is binding to DNA and so on. But the most established ways, one of those approaches is that the structural corrector small molecule research. So how it is done is that in these bundles and then the ligand binding site on APOE3, for example, you can see that this ligand binding site is quite flexible and moving around and so on. But for APOE4, the ligand binding site is also interacting strongly with the receptor binding sites as well. So one of the strategies is that putting some sort of a molecule which acts like a lever in between those things and hinder the interaction between those loops, which means that APOE4 is going to gain its function look like APOE3. Another approach is that, for example, this is a small molecule compound seen on the 4-helix bundle, APOE4, found by Abvier. So the strategy here is to stabilize the 4-helix bundle and make it less prone to aggregation. Experimental challenges for this protein actually drives us for our intentions for screening small molecule compounds. For example, production, storage, and experimenting on that protein is very hard. It's a delicate one, which is obvious that it's in the brain. So our motivation is to screen compound libraries, firstly to gain the functionality from APOE4 to APOE3 look like. And another one is the anti-aggregation propensity, to reduce the aggregation, and then we will have less troubles in the tissue. But before that, for the protein-ligand interactions, I would like to show you how we are actually supposed to see the protein-ligand interactions. So imagine that's your protein, and your ligand is slowly sliding into the active site. There are some changes, complementary interactions forming, and so on. And then after that, we get into our protein-ligand complex. But for screening all of events, we have to use an approach called molecular docking. So this time, you have a protein structure, and you would like your ligand to be bound as like this. So a docking software is trying many conformations of these compounds, and by scoring of these conformations, it gives you some best pose. Okay, this is my binding mode now. So if you have not one, but hundreds, thousands, or millions of compounds, then your docking function or screening pipeline should be able to order by the affinities and give you the best possible compounds, which can be a drug candidate. So for that one, you might have tens or hundreds of millions of compounds. Firstly, obviously, you should go for some property screening, which will give you some information. For example, what are our properties for our tissue, ADME, CNS, BBB permeability, and so on. So then after that, you reduce the number of possible compounds to be screened in a much plausible level. Then after that, we apply geometrical point of view, like the docking functions to screen the compounds geometrically. Are they fitting there? Is there any complementary? And so on. And reduce the number further by applying classical molecular mechanic methods that we now remove the clashes on these compounds, relieve the stress of the binding, and so on. Then after that, finally, we apply semi-empiric quantum mechanical methods which can capture all of these physical effects like electronic interactions, charge transfer, solvation, desolvation, and so on. So then now we can end up with some sort of database of small molecule compounds which can be bearable, can be tested on the laboratories. So the cascading strategy for this screening is just because, for example, in the property screening level, while you are dealing with each compound in millisecond level, for the quantum mechanic level, it can go for hours of evaluation of the same compound. So, which means that we are actually dividing and conquering the data set into more bearable sizes. Our results are that we have screened 2 binding sites identified on this APOE 4. Right now, one was a cavity between 2 tryptophan amino acid residues. Another one is the heparin binding site. And we have screened libraries from FDA Plus World database, which we have 4,500 drug compounds or compounds which are being tested for the purpose of repurposing. So then we can take those drugs and repurpose for some sort of therapy. Another screening done on metabolome databases with sizes of drug-like compounds to identify which parts of the proteins are doing what kind of interactions with the molecules which are available in the brain. So we want to correct the function of the protein, but without disturbing its function. So that's why we are also trying to create some sort of information about its function as well. Then we are also going for multi-million compound databases like zinc or enamine to be able to find novel scaffolds which can specifically bind on that protein without disturbing any other systems. So, so far we have purchased 25 compounds from our screenings, and 10 of them showed anti-aggregation functions on the protein. And my colleagues are also evaluating the protein function in nanodiscs, so-called lipid vesicle kind of systems, to also confirm that APOE4 is not losing its ability to form lipid vesicles. So then we will have around 35 compounds to be purchased later. But the take-home message for us is that so far we can able to reach to screen around 15 million compounds. These are individual binding sites, so 15 million every time. Another thing is that aggregation doesn't mean that only binding equals activity. We actually have more compounds identified as binders, around 20, but 10 of them showed this aggregation propensity reductions. So we can able to identify binders really with a high rate. Another thing is that the computational challenges, so far the APOE doesn't have a very distinct cavity. So what we have to do is to push the boundaries of the methods to be able to identify even the weakest possible interactions. That means that you have to go for very high level calculations, which means they are expensive and they are time consuming. As an outlook, now we are also aiming at the screenings on the mutation side, as well as searching for any other possible binding sites or cryptic pockets. So far in the future, maybe we can also figure out some null binders. Another aim is to go for larger databases, which means maybe billions in size, better property screening, a better pipeline for evaluating more compounds in batches. One of the aims is to evaluate the lipid maps structure database, which is important for us because the dry weight of the brain is around 70% of fat, and That's the most important thing, is the lipid metabolism is important for our brain. But for example, one of those smallest compounds from screenings in the literature is something like this, with a very less number of degrees of freedom in conformational point of view. But when you look at some of the lipids, it's like a monster for us. To do that, it's just not quite possible to use our pipelines in this physics-based heavy machinery to identify binders or understand the functions of these compounds. But we are also training ML models to speed up the progress on the screening. So far, our preliminary studies showed us some 250-fold of increase in speed. I'm sure that we can even push it further. And this is without loss in accuracy. It actually acts like how SQM or quantum mechanics do, with a very high generalization. We are also planning for a fragment-based drug design, which means that our small molecules are going to be screened and grown inside our detected cavities. And this is all about how we can apply these methods for quantum computing purposes as well. So we are trying to crack the quantum computing work for us for screening of these compounds. And in our laboratory, we are not only specialized with those screenings, it's actually specialized with protein engineering as well. We have many of these nice protein engineering tools for research, and they are freely accessible for everybody in the academy. And it wouldn't be also possible without my colleagues, experimental colleagues from Loschmidt Laboratories and colleagues from collaborations here from CIRC, and without our institutions. And I really would like to thank you for your attention. And I'm really full of ideas between those 2 days, because I met with many people, how to work with, for example, on multiple targets, because there are multiple reasons for the Alzheimer's disease, or maybe not multiple targets, but screen the possible compounds with the virtual human twin by all of these control points in the biochemical pathway of humans. So it's really interesting here to give you a talk, and I really appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm not going to pretend I understood most of that, but it was so interesting. Think about it. It took us 2,000 years from Democritus to Avogadro to get from atoms to molecules, and it took us less than 200 years to get from the invention of molecules to this wonderful methodology. So congratulations, it's very impressive, and thank you for all the work that you do. Now is the time for some questions from the audience, and let's have a look if we've got any on the screen, please. None. There's a sad head shake from the back. That is very disappointing. Please, I'll give you a microphone and you can ask in person. Oh no, the ladies bring the microphone. Wonderful, please.
Thank you, great talk. You closed with a lot of sort of next steps and future looking from a methodology perspective. But I think partway through, you described the results of what you've done already with your existing methodology, and you ended up with, I think, around 20 compounds that you, I think, were saying were good candidates of actual molecules. So my question is, what are the next steps for those candidate molecules now? Are you looking to partner with other parties who can do some experimental work with them?
There are still ongoing experiments on those compounds. So since in Alzheimer's there are lots of aspects, also for these proteins as well. So we developed our pipeline for screening. We are still developing further for making more efficient and more aware for any kind of physical realities. But at the same time, the experimental part of our laboratory is developing their own pipelines, because APOE is something really hard to handle. Because like you have to make some experiment on a protein, but this is not something that you extracted from a plant. Its environment is quite unique, so you have to put there as much reality as possible. For example, the lipid vesicles. You have to make the lipid compositions in such a way that they exist in brain and so on. So there are still ongoing studies on these compounds. Not in the phase that we will find some partners or we will go for.
Yeah, I was thinking even in vivo. And part of the reason I'm asking is some former colleagues of mine, when I was in pharma, I know were very interested in ApoE as a target, as a drug target. The company I was with, we never actually had any programs that got off the ground for that, but I know there are some very sort of senior placed people in institutions in the US that are, have a historic interest in ApoE as a target, so that's sprung to mind.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And you've actually foreshadowed a fantastic thing for the panel discussion, which will be happening, the quadruple helix, where there will be people both from the private side of things and the public side of things and academia. So I think that this kind of thing that you mentioned, Big Pharma, for example, has seen the application of this research is going to be definitely part of that discussion. So thank you for inadvertently foreshadowing that. We have a question from Slido. Thank you. Is the active site of a protein rigid or flexible?
It is flexible. If we keep the active site of the protein rigid, I'm sure we can't find anything, because we need to have as much features as possible from the protein site to be captured. There's no active site actually. So it's just binding site, and even we call it further like landing sites, because it's so shallow that you just can't dive into some place. It's just you land on it. Like landing this, the lander to the Rosetta Stone comet. So it's something like that. There's no gravity, there's no strong interactions and so on.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can definitely grab this fine young gentleman gently during the networking afterwards. Unfortunately, for now, we will have to move along. But please, one more round of applause for Salted. Congratulations on a wonderful talk. Thank you. I was actually talking to a cognitive anthropologist friend of mine, and he said that he's got a massive problem with clever people being diagnosed with Alzheimer's because they don't want to admit that they didn't get the test results well enough, so they kind of memorize the answers in advance, and therefore it's actually a lot more difficult to diagnose dementia with high IQ people because of the ego. So it's quite interesting, the qualitative side of that. However, we heard about the first research program track. Now it's the time for the second one, and the person representing that will be Michal Sejak from the Department of Cognitive Systems and Neurosciences from this fantastic institution, the Center of Informatics, Robotics and Cybernetics, the Czech Technical University. Welcome, please, round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. It's an honor to be here. My name is Michal, and I would like to present OpenSpindleNet, which is a sleep spindle detection method in skull and intracranial EEG. So first we're going to talk about what EEG even is. Why do we care about sleep spindles? And then I'm going to enumerate the data sets we used, show you the architecture I've went for in this research, and then I'll show you the results, where we got, and what does that leave us with. Right, so what even is EEG? So EEG, I'm sure some of you have seen this signal. It's basically a capture of the brain activity, right? So it's a recording of the electrophysiological activity in the brain. And polysomnography, PSG, which is possibly a new term for some of you, is when you add sleep study-related stuff to it. So when you measure breathing as well, or eye movement. PSG relates to how the whole body functions during sleep. And in sleep, in a specific stage of sleep, these sleep spindles, which is a specific artifact, occurs on the EEG. And sleep doctors know that if you have sufficient amount of these sleep spindles during your sleep, then your brain is healthy. And if you don't, then there is a problem that they have to solve. I am not a sleep doctor, so I'm not going to be able to tell you what these problems are, but I try to detect these automatically. Because if you have hours and hours of such signals, then manually going through them and trying to find if there are spindles or not is very labor intensive. And it's also subjective. Many doctors do not agree whether a part of the signal is a sleep spindle or not. So for large-scale research, you need to have automated methods which are able to detect these spindles. And on the right-hand side, you can see an example of this spindle. It's an oscillating pattern, and these patterns are usually 11 to 16 hertz and about a second long. Another problem is if you have the EEG coming from a scalp, which means the electrodes are directly on your head, then the spindles look different than when these electrodes are implanted directly inside of your skull. The scalp EEGs are, the scalp spindles are subtle. They usually have a low signal-to-noise ratio, and in eye EEG, the spindles are a high amplitude and high SNR. And they also have a variable morphology. You can see that all of these spindles look very, very different. So we want to create a robust tool for automatically detecting these spindles, and also want to create an architecture that is able to detect EEG spindles as well as eye EEG spindles, right? And we want to make this tool open source so we can accelerate research not only in our lab, but also beyond. The data sets we used for this research were twofold. We had an internal eye EEG data set, which we collected directly in our lab. And then we also used a public scalp EEG data set because we want to be able to show that other methods are, how well do they compare with our new method. You can see a short overview of how large these data sets were. You can see that in our IEEG data set on the left-hand side, we only have 4 patients. So we were not able to create a good patient-level split, right? So we are not sufficiently confident that our method will generalize well to new patients, but this is a good first step, let's say. And also to ensure high-quality ground truth in this new data set that we built, we implemented an iterative labeling approach, right, where we created a first iteration of our model, then we used it to label some data, and then we used an external reviewer to review these potential labels, and this resulted in us basically quadrupling the amount of labels in the data. It was just a single iteration, but still we created many more new labels. So this is the data we worked with. The architecture we used a dual input and a dual output. The 2 inputs that went into the detector was the raw signal, which we normalized, and then we built a scalegram out of the signal. So the normalized signal basically shows you the shape, and the scalegram shows you the spectral power of the signal, right? So we wanted to give good features or interesting features for the network. For the backbone, we used CDIL, which is a good convolutional 1D network. And for the outputs, we had a dual head, which means we basically had the network output 2 kinds of outputs, right? We had detections, which was like a YOLO head detection model, detection head, which tells you if there are spindles and where are they, how large are they. And then we had a unit-like segmentation head on the output, which basically tells you for every single sample if it is a part of the spindle or not. Right, so to repeat that, sorry. The detection head you can see the output on the top, right? You have these intervals, which you can basically see if they are there or not. And for the segmentation, you have a prediction for every single time step. And it can or cannot possibly match with the label that you expect. Right? So the detection head basically tells you where do spindles start, where do they end, and the segmentation head tells you which samples belong to a spindle. And then you can ask Michael, why do you do both of these tasks at once, right? It doesn't make sense. Why do we need both of these outputs? The trick is we basically apply a synergy through multitask learning. We only care about detections. We only care about detecting those spindles, but training both the detection and the segmentation head gives you a better representation on the backbone and in the rest of the network. So the segmentation head basically works as a regularizer. Sorry. How do we evaluate that? How do we say if our method is good or bad, right? In the state of the art and in prior art, there are basically two ways of evaluating this model, right? So if you have some labels in green at the top and some predictions, you have two ways of saying whether you are doing a good job or not. In the detection way, you calculate an intersection over union between the label and the prediction, and if they are high enough, then you say, okay, this is a true positive, this is a hit, and if not, then you have a false positive or a false negative possibly, right? So this is an event counting method. And then you can also have a sample-based counting method, where you look at every single time step and judge it, whether it's part of a prediction or a label or both. And we prioritize the sample-based method because it encourages the model to learn more precise boundaries, right? And it's also more prominent in prior art, so we went for the second way. And then we did an ablation study on the dual output, right? Because you could say, Michael, I don't trust that this segmentation head does anything for you, right? So that's a fair point. We tried the detection-only method, and then for the bottleneck, which is a part of, at the end of the architecture, we could either share it between the heads, so like in a Siamese setup, or you could train it separately. And we tried all of these different methods and trained the hyperparameters for each, and then using statistical testing, we found that the separate bottleneck variant works the best. The separate bottleneck was slightly less sensitive in raw detection F-measure, but it was superior in segmentation F-measure and also in AP in detections. So it was actually better in both the tasks. The results on the IEEG were pretty solid. We tried to compare our model with the public available methods that we could gather, and we turned out that we actually achieved the best scores. So we found the new state-of-the-art on the new data set that we just created, which is not that impressive, right? But we can see that the model works well for IEEG. And this is how the predictions can look like, right? So if you take a look at the bottom, you can see examples of a true positive detection and then a false positive and a false negative, where the labeler found a spindle, but the model didn't see it because it was not prominent enough. And on the other hand, the signal had some characteristics of a spindle, but it was not actually a spindle, so that's where the model made a mistake. And for the EEG, for the DREAMS dataset, for the other dataset, where there is a lot of prior art, we scored, again, at the top. We had the best detection F-measure. We did not have the best segmentation F-measure. Some methods actually were slightly better, but these methods had manually tuned parameters on the test set. So there is a very high probability or a higher probability that they will generalize poorly. So we did not become too sad about that. And so we found that the architecture is competitive and performs on par with top-tier methods. And again, we can see an example of some predictions of a bunch of true positives and then a false positive, where the model was very confident that it sees a spindle in the middle, but the labeler did not say it is a spindle. The question is whether the labeler was correct or not, because in such data sets, right, you do not have perfect ground truths. So even the expert that checks the labels can sometimes be wrong. And finally, we also measured the characteristics of these spindles, right? Because if you have good F-measure, it doesn't mean too much if the events do not look like spindles, right? So we measured the amplitude, the frequency, and the duration of the expert labels and our own detections. And we saw that the amplitude and frequency matches, roughly, but the duration of our model is slightly too large and a bit too rigid. And this is an architectural drawback that we are actively working on right now. So we found that the characteristics closely match, but the duration is a bit too rigid, off by roughly 10%. So in conclusion, we developed a novel deep learning architecture that detects spindles in IEEG, and we also showed that the architecture generalizes pretty well to EEG as well. We also showed that the dual head design was statistically superior, so it made sense to do this, and the tool is open source, free to use. It can be installed as a Python package, which bundles the ONNX exported model and all the code that you need to run this thing. Right, so that's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks to my colleagues that made this work possible, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. My friend actually works in diagnosing epilepsy for children, and yeah, I think I'll send him your way because there's a lot of fantastic things that you uncovered. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions from the audience? My obligatory question. No? Yes, all right, some live ones, good. If you're shy, use Slido, don't worry. But if you're not shy, you can ask live. Thank you.
Thank you for your beautiful presentation. I had one question. Is there a significant link between dementia and anomaly in the IEG, or the IEG, or the presence of spindles?
That's a great question, and we actually, in our study, we did not study the impact of illnesses on the quality of this data. Actually, all of the IEEG data that we had, our own data set, were composed of epilepsy patients, and those had this specific procedure where we implanted these electrodes done, right? So these are very specific patients, and the tool can now be used for running it on data that that there are dementia patients possibly, and automatically find these spindles and then test these characteristics instead of having a doctor go through them and manually find the spindles, then compute the characteristics.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Please.
Nice presentation, and I liked your comment you made at the end that the human ratings might be, there's something to develop against, but it's then worth having that feedback loop because especially there's so much data to go through, they may have missed and they may, so something like a self-overread or an overread is an important step because otherwise you may be optimizing too much on something that inherently has some variability. But my main question was more of a devil's advocate question, and as you were presenting this very impressive set of work, as I just eyeballing the EEG traces, I was wondering whether your methodology was a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut, in the sense that just looking at the traces, it would seem to me that you could do pretty good job based on a sort of old-fashioned rules-based approach based on frequency decomposition, different time scales, sliding window, or what have you, and then some decision rules based on that. Is that naive, or have you compared your performance with sort of a noddy non-machine learning performance, and how much better is your approach than sort of old-fashioned approaches?
That's a great question. So primarily why we even started working on this, because we needed a spindle detector that worked in IEEG, and we tried all the available methods and they failed. We saw on one of those slides the comparison between YASA and Sumo A7. Those are like the basic or the naive, simple CV-based methods that do not use machine learning, and they had a much worse performance than this method that was based on deep learning. And actually, it could be kind of scary, right? Using a sledgehammer on this task, but we try to build a model in such a way that it's very small. It actually doesn't even have a megabyte. It's in size of hundreds of kilobytes. So it's a very small model that you can run on CPUs quite simply, and you have a very fast inference time.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I think when you present this going forward, I think make it clear that those other models are not other machine learning models, because it wasn't obvious to me.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, that's a fair point.
Thank you. Yes, one more question, sorry, to your left, thank you.
Do you use some fixed sliding window as input of CWT, or do you use some k-means to set the width of window?
No, we used a fixed sliding window. It was considered as a hyperparameter to tune, but we had so many other hyperparameters like sizes of the network at various stages, etc. So we decided to use just one that fit the expected spindle frequency range, right? The spindles are expected to be in between 11 to 16 hertz. So we used a slightly larger, like with a buffer window above this, and we used Shan 613 basic wavelet filter, and we got this.
So you have to know sampling frequency of your data input.
Yeah, we have the model works on a fixed sampling frequency that it's known beforehand. So if you have a different sampling frequency, then you just resample and then you use our model.
Thank you. Thank you very much. An excellent answer. You should be in talk shows or something. Very good answers as well. Right, any more questions? No? All right, I'd also like to liven this up a bit. Where do we have all the students from the Ukraine? Hello, are you enjoying yourselves? Yes, you have to nod enthusiastically. Yes, fantastic. We're very happy to have you here, and I hope that you're enjoying today. And also, thank you so much to Clara and everyone for making this happen. So we're a very lively audience of all ages, and please give a very youthful, happy, loud round of applause to Michal for his wonderful work. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. There was a very important keyword mentioned of the sledgehammer, and I think it's interesting that in a lot of discussions, AI and machine learning is very much being considered as a very kind of heavy tool because the computing power that is required to make it happen is very, very large. But that is one of the things that we want to present to you today. You had the opportunity to see the Research Program 1 and Research Program 2. But how about all the metal that all this runs on so that we don't run into an AI winter and we can actually make all this computation happen? To talk about this is on the horizontal topic is none other than Luigi Iapacino, who is the Group Lead User Enablement and Applications Quantum Computing and Technologies Department. Please welcome to the stage. And a round of applause again. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, especially today, we have seen lots of research on the topics which concerns the CLARA project. So what we want to do now is to have a closer look also at the infrastructure that we can have available for them. So in terms of, speaking of making this a little bit more entertaining, I was thinking, well, just having a list of things that we can make available to researchers, this would have resulted maybe a bit dry. So I was thinking to follow slightly different approach. Namely, I will show how the evolution has been done between the high-performance computing as it was, I would say, about a decade ago, so a really monolithic one, towards something more heterogeneous, which in fact is what we make available for this project. So from a monolithic approach to high-performance computing, we will move to a modular one, where AI and machine learning is part of this approach. Quantum computing is also part as a new class of accelerators in high-performance computing, and then we will just give a few hints about what the CLARA researchers have available for them. Yeah, let's start with a very concrete example. So this is SuperMOOC-NG, the flagship system at the Leibniz Supercomputing Center. It's not the newest system. Is it working? Well, doesn't matter. It's not the newest system that you can see. This has been inaugurated in 2019, so we have already the successor system on the pipeline for 2027. Well, with a high-performance computer like this, you can do many different things. So let's say, for simplicity, whatever you cannot do with pen and paper, you can do on these systems. You can have applications on many different areas. I'm an astrophysicist, so astrophysics is one of the main ones. You have computational fluid dynamics, molecular dynamics, relevant for here, right? And many other fields. And one of the key of using such systems on such a broad range of topics is that this system in particular has a very good usability. SuperMOOC-NG has been conceived in a time, so say, bit more than 5 years ago, when it was still possible to have a system without accelerators like the GPUs. Such systems, so such non-accelerated systems, were extremely good in serving a broad range of user communities. Nowadays, this is not possible anymore to do a system like this for many different reasons. The main one is that both in terms of performance and in terms of energy savings, so if you want to keep up with offering more computing power to your users, you need a system which, on the one side, needs some energy efficient modules like the graphical processing units, the GPUs. On the other side, we go from a monolithic model where one system can serve different needs, different communities, to a model where the system is going to be so-called modular. So there are different parts of the system fitting different needs, and at the end of the day, also different communities. So we are talking about GPUs, for example. GPUs are great for machine learning AI applications, for example. And with the system, with different modules, with different components, one can cover a broad range of applications. So we see in HPC two different worlds that basically went together. We go from the classical HPC, where one had the other modeling and simulations, basically starting from the equations, making them into algorithms and analyzing the outcomes of simulations, to the world of AI machine learning, where the discovery is driven directly by the data, and this can be seen also, big data as part of this. There is a convergence of these two worlds, given, for example, by the usage of GPUs, among many other things. Let me just provide a few concrete examples. And here, again, I'm not an expert of these scientific communities, so I will give a very biased list of works which I think can provide good examples of the trends that I want to highlight. The first one, as I said, we start from a case with a non-accelerated system. This is something that has been done very well. So the Gordon Bell Prize, the Supercomputing Conference in 2016, the Gordon Bell Prize, yeah, if you are not familiar with that environment, it's like the Nobel Prize for high-performance computing, right? It's awarded every year at the biggest HPC conference in the US, the Supercomputing Conference. This went into a study of molecular dynamics done on a completely CPU-only system in 2016. Since that time, many things have changed. GPUs, machine learning technique get important. Very recent study in this case done by a Chinese group where techniques initially developed for machine learning are applied to simulations of quantum chemistry. So this is where the two things, to some extent, tend to converge, right? Now, if we talk about HPC, we talk about AI, we want to enter into this paradigm also quantum computing. And here, of course, for reasons of time, I cannot go deep, very deep in quantum computing. We can have a discussion afterwards. I'm here until the end of the event. Let me just mention a few key important things. So quantum computing, from our viewpoint, from a perspective of data center, is not important as a standalone tool. This is just a new class of accelerators for specific workloads in HPC. This means that for just a few but important class of problems within a broader HPC workflow, it makes sense to have such computations offloaded to a quantum computer and the results back then to the HPC workflow. This is the way we want to work, integrating HPC and quantum computing from the hardware viewpoint, from the programming viewpoint, from the software stack viewpoint. And from the perspective of a quantum computer, the integration is also important. And here I'm really diving for a moment deeper in quantum. So the system that you have now in quantum computer are small. Well, they say intermediate scale, but they are small. Noisy, such that basically whatever you can run there is very short, is shallow. So you cannot have very long circuits because the system is not able to handle them. So you need short circuits. In order to have short circuits, what you do basically is to have a kind of iterative process, as it is shown here in this plot, where you submit to the quantum hardware parametric circuits, you get some result, you pass this result to a classical optimizer which updates the parameters in the circuit, and you go back and forth until you reach some kind of convergence. These so-called variational algorithms are the ways that we have now to work on quantum hardware. This is useful because one can already do useful work on the systems as they are today. We can have them already integrated into classical computing, HPC. So we don't want them have integrated on my laptop. We want to have integrated into an HPC system because we expect the size and the quality of the quantum hardware to improve. At some point, we will move to the so-called fault-tolerant quantum computing, where there will be protocols to reduce even more the noise on quantum hardware. In that case, those protocols will have to run on HPC systems themselves. So for this reason, this integration, also from a quantum perspective, is very important to us. And here, again, let's move to a few examples of this. And again, the choice is biased. The first study is a proof of concept of integrated HPC and quantum in a team which is also involving our collaborators from the University College London and my team at LRZ. This interplay is interesting not only as a proof of concept, but also at scale. So there is a recent paper done on the Fugaku supercomputing in Japan, together with IBM, where it was possible to have in the same workflow the full Fugaku system together with a quantum computer, so not just the computing power of a laptop, namely one of the biggest HPC systems of the world. And in this evolution, also the data-driven discovery enters the stage. We have here, for example, a work on a dataset for protein-protein interaction from a team involving also CLARA partners. So that's a full story that is going to converge here. HPC, quantum techniques from machine learning, and data are all here. What I'm going to claim here is that for all these different needs, for all these different tools, we have computing resources available in CLARA that can address all these different and complementary needs. So we have high-end HPC systems. we have quantum hardware, and we have the Lexis platform, as I'm going to show in a moment, which is basically the tool for accessing, orchestrating workflows, managing the data. In terms of quantum hardware, at the Leibniz Supercomputing Center, we have two systems that we make available for project partners. One of them is QExa. So this is a superconducting system with 20 qubits. It's the first, to our knowledge, quantum hardware co-located in our HPC infrastructure in a data center environment. This has been run for test users in 2024. Since September 25, we are in the regular user operation, meaning that all users can submit a project proposal and access the system. The access has been provided to CLARA partners. We have also, on our HPC resources, a noise model deployed so that the users can test on HPC resources in advance to access in the system if what they want to do makes sense for the features of the system. A successor of QExa is EuroQExa. This is a co-funding initiative at European level, federal German level, and the state of Bavaria. This comes into larger systems than QExa. The first one, the 54-qubit system, is nearly close to be open to test users. So the system is already installed. We are waiting for the final green lights to enter this in test user operation. This is available for European users, so CLARA researchers are entitled to use that. We, as a matter of fact, we received already a use case from CLARA researchers to enter the first group of test users of EuroQExa, and I think this is something that would be important for us to have this use base so aligned with our common projects. Then, as I said, the Lexis platform. So this is something that also in the framework of this project is made available to this community. So this means basically accessing easily. So I will not go much into the details here, but just what does it mean for our community. So getting access to HPC resources, to quantum computing, to AI, within a framework, a platform that can allocate all these needs, orchestrating the workflows, distributing the data in a fair way, and having basically a web portal where one can access all this system and track the execution in this way. And basically the final goal, the final vision that we can have with the Lexis platform is that all the HPC resources, the data resources, the quantum computing resources through all our partners will be basically accessible through this platform to our user community. And with that, I think I can conclude here and open for questions. Thanks.
Wonderful and extremely enriching and wow, definitely a great end to the session. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? Oh, you're brushing your hair. I thought you were putting your hand up. Ah, that was deceptive. Anything in Slido? Nope. It's always the sad head shake from them. Come on, make them happy. Ask a question. No? Yes? Ah, yes, there is a question. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So we were speaking about collaboration, so now, you have access to the computational power. So speak to Luigi and compute, that's it.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
That's, please come to me. Well, I know that my name is not the easiest, but you can write an email to quantum@lrz.de, which is much easier. And yeah, you can reach out to me and we can see how we can support you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Luigi. Thank you. honestly, like the idea of a test bed, we've gone through the individual research programs, but to actually have someone to test it with, to help you get it off the ground, to make the first pilot, to make the first measurements, it seems easy, but it's not. Like AI basically crashed and burned twice in the 70s and basically in the last century because we didn't have the mechanisms, the machines to run it on. So please, please use the opportunity, go see Luigi. And that was a wonderful thing that you just mentioned about collaboration, because this is a beautiful segue, by the way, again, thank you, into the next section, which is on the panel and the importance of interdisciplinarity. We recently had, a few days ago, one of the inventors of the double helix has passed away at the age of 97. There was actually a huge controversy, though, because they used some of the research done by one of their colleagues, Dr. Franklin, who actually made a lot of the measurements, who actually made a lot of the pictures, but Watson and Crick were just very, very clever about actually putting it together and omitting some of the researchers that should have been part of the paper, actually not making them co-publishers of the paper. And there was a lot of bitterness in the community, and that was just the double helix. Now think of the quadruple helix. And you think that that might not exist, but it does exist. And it is the invention of CLARA. And the quadruple helix is something that we're going to present to you right now in the high-level roundtable discussion. The theme is AI and brain health. So quite simple themes, really. Building trust through collaborations across sectors. Because for a humble archaeologist like me, all of this is extremely difficult. But I do understand one thing, and that's humans. So if we want to get things off the ground, we got to talk to each other. We can't be in silos, and we got to talk, cooperate, collaborate, and that's what this panel is going to achieve. So let me please, slowly but surely, invite the individual guests on the podium with me. The first is the panel moderator, Vít Dočkal, the director of INDRC, or as we colloquially call it, INDRT. Please come on stage. Round of applause for Vít. Thank you. If I could have, in quick succession, Jana Hlaváčová, the Ministry of Health of the Czech Republic, the section of legislation and law. Thank you very much. Welcome. I would shake your hand, but very, very busy here, so I'm sorry about that. I will do so shortly. Next, if we could have Tomáš Lapáček, CEO of the Prague Innovation Institute. There he is. Good to see you again. Come on stage with us. Then we have Petr Braťka, the Unit of Preclinical Assessment, the Czech Metrology Institute. Where are you, Petr? There you are. Welcome. Then we have Olga, sorry, I'm moderating this like an MMA match. I apologize, but it's just so exciting. Olga Štěpánková, head of the Department of Biomedical Engineering and Assistive Technologies, BEAT. We also had Dominika Sinková, who due to very difficult family circumstances, unfortunately can't meet us today, a practicing psychologist and CEO of Genesis Medical, but we've got a replacement, but it's more than a replacement. It is Dr. Ira Hebold Haraldsen, the head of Cognitive Health Research Group, Oslo University. Welcome. Right, I will love you and leave you. I will give you a microphone and enjoy the quadruple helix.
Yeah, so I will be a moderator for a second. Philip, you can join us as well, you know. I don't know what you did to get, you know.
I'm so sorry, he's not in my notes.
It's okay. It was just, you know, it's our fault. Thank you. Hey, welcome. Philip, a business guy, you know. We were speaking about business, so he's a business guy from IPO Lab and INDRC and CLARA, so that's it. Thank you, sir. Yes, welcome. I hope that you are all having a great time. We actually heard a lot of science, and now let's speak how we can collaborate all across the sectors and this multi-stakeholder collaboration, you know. And I have some tricky questions to you. The same to you, 4 questions. Maybe different answers, maybe the same, I don't know. So if we may, for example, start with the introduction of us, you know, and what we are doing to help patients with AI and emerging technologies. May I ask you?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I am from the Ministry of Health, which is not always the most favorite stakeholder to have on a panel, but I have to say, especially in the Czech Republic, we have such a distrust, maybe halfway earned, halfway not. But what we do as a Czech Ministry of Health is that the first and foremost responsibility is to be a good regulator and to make the playing field even, to do the rules of the play, but also in line with, comes from the European Union, the AI Act and the other digital acts, but also what we can do is to coordinate, to be the platform where the stakeholders meet, because in the end we are the ones creating the legislation that should be based on the interests and needs of different stakeholders. We are trying to help, especially our Czech health facilities, healthcare facilities, by issuing the guidances. They are very new, maybe you haven't heard of them yet, or some of you, but we have one on administrative use, one on use in clinical performance, and one will be for the management. And then it's the information that we should give to the sector. So we have a little web page with FNQs and education. It's like a lot of little things that we, as quite a small state, can do. But I would say, like to collaborate so that the environment in the Czech Republic is enabling effective and safe implementation of AI in health.
Thank you.
So I will just start with, first of all, thanks for the invitation. On behalf of Prague Innovation Institute, I can just briefly talk about what we do for the patient, because we try to put the person in the center, like a human-centric approach. Obviously, our agenda is to find the disruptors, find the innovators, and we scout universities, we scout, but also younger people for their ideas, and we try to help them scale it and maybe find a business model there. But we are also, since we are like a city institution, we try to help the regulators, let's say, on the side of the compliance. So we try to also look for processes, technologies, best practices from maybe also outside the Czech Republic to be implemented, that the disruptors are kind of in a collaborative way incorporated and the benefit is trustworthy and stable. So that's basically our two sides. We also want to actually embrace and get involved in the civic society. So we also organize this. We are going to organize platforms, matchmakings, networkings, where we disseminate about it's like a general knowledge, what to expect, what are the rights, and help with explainable AI mainly, because this is the topic of this panel. So these are the three main pillars in relation to what we are going to talk about today.
Thank you very much. Ira?
I'm not so afraid for the innovative part, but we should not forget when it comes to AI to reach the patient. The majority of the world has not even access to MRI. The majority of the world is dying still of infections. So it's all about to develop interdisciplinary concept of equality and how the better developed countries can take their responsibility and share infrastructures which poorer countries are not able to finance.
Thank you very much.
Hello. On the beginning, maybe I should answer your question, why somebody from Metrology Institute is speaking here already now. Okay, once you produce the software regarding this AI, regarding this any diagnostic functions, regarding, for example, the beta amyloid and Alzheimer's disease and so on, in principle, it's software as medical device. So it falls under the MDR regulation, yeah? And the Czech Metrology Institute is the notified body for MDR. So we assess your technical documentation and your quality system, and to enables you to enter the market with the end product. So how we can help, or what we can do, we cannot advise you, but we can hold something called like a structured dialogue. Yeah, we can explain you the requirements of the regulation, and we can, in some ways, help you to fulfill these requirements. Yeah, so that's.
And that's very important, basically. Once you pass this border, then Philip comes, you know, with business, right?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Enrico. Thank you for the invitation. Regarding IPL Ventures, so we essentially what we do. We recognize that there are many groundbreaking technologies at universities and at institutes, but they are essentially, especially in this region, kind of stuck there, and they need help to get out and actually change our lives for the better. So what we do, we work hand in hand with scientists and institutions to build spin-offs and spin-outs, essentially startups out of these technologies, including but not limited only to biotechnologies, projects including AI, but in general, kind of technologies which can better our lives, our individual lives, and our lives as a society. Really, I think right now we are also trying to figure out the way how to harness the power of AI in individual specific instances, so that we make our lives easier and not more difficult. Because I think this is also one of the risks we are facing.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Olga, academia.
I'm supposed to represent academia, but of course we have heard about academia and its result, supporting CLARA's goals and intentions for the last 2 days. So I'm not going to speak about deep research, but I'd like to mention that what is really important for usage of the results is user-centered design, which we should take care in as well. And of course, there are also some less sophisticated things than, supercomputing and its algorithms, because of course it could be also considered to utilize some technical devices in home environment and in care as much as possible, because care is outside of Industry 4, another topic which needs a lot of repetitive and very difficult and boring work. And we have to do something against that.
Thank you very much. So how can we actually collaborate? How can we benefit each other in this multi-stakeholder environment? I don't know if we can get a presentation. That would be fantastic, because we have maybe challenging questions to you. I don't know if you can post these questions to that screen so you can see it. So the first question, many patients fear that AI could replace the human touch. How can we assure that technology strengthens, not weakens, the trust between physicians and patients? So who would like to start? Maybe Ministry?
Well, replacing the human touch, I may speak now from the nowadays point of view, which is what we want from the AI and its deployment in healthcare is actually to give more human touch. Because if we can save the repetitive issues, the time, and we believe that then clinicians and healthcare professionals in general will have more time for the patients, for the things that they really should do. That's why the focus on using the administrative technologies that can be weaken the administrative burden that is there, so that they really can give their time. Then we have to acknowledge that now it's the clinician that decides. So far, and maybe we'll see in the future, but nowadays it's assistive tool. So it is really the responsibility, and the human touch and human decision is always there. And what we can do about it is that we really build it around the person, so the person-centric approach, the user-centric approach, and of course, and I don't have a crystal ball. So far, the machines are doing, for example, the second readings in the imaging technologies. But then, if the technology will go further and farther, we need to make sure that I know the word regulation sounds a little bit, you know, not that nice, but actually it is. How can we make the environment so that we have the human touch, in my sense of human rights protected, that the safety of people is there, and so this is my answer for that.
That's great, thank you very much. Maybe Ira would like, we don't need to keep the order because it's okay, but Ira, you're from the sector, you know, you're providing the service.
Yes, but I would turn the question around. I think the patients should be more afraid of a single doctor to meet. I would say that the bias in us humans is big. AI can help us to become better as humans. It can identify the bias easier. We heard now just from our conferencier about a Nobel Prize which ignored the female behind. This is important that this is in the future not happening with our patients. And then on the other hand, PhD students, in our case, for example, at our hospital, studied, originally educated in AI, they have to meet patients so that they understand for whom they are developing something. And the interdisciplinarity demands communication from both sides. There are not the technical experts which arrogantly can develop algorithms and then are not responsible for what they are doing. It's the opposite. They have also to ease the burden the doctor has to carry. Because if I'm using an algorithm and I am predicting wrongly, it leads to a legal consequence. The patient has rights, and these rights have also to be discussed. Who is the provider? Who is the developer? Who is responsible for mistakes?
Thank you very much. Maybe a regulator could add something.
I'm not sure if metrology or regulatory science have these answers. Therefore, I asked my wife, because she's the neurologist. So I asked her, and she said, I think it's not about the matter itself, it's about the presentation. For sometimes, at least, there will have to be the man in the loop. So I have to present to my patients that I'm here for them. And my expertise and my human being is 100% here to make validation of the outputs of the AI. But I have really powerful, as was already mentioned, really powerful, precise tool which can really, really help me to make the better curement for you. Yeah, so I think it's in the presentation.
Thank you very much. What about business perspectives? Either you guys?
Yeah, I think it was pretty much mentioned here, but the first thing is definitely kind of the administrative burden. So I'm right now involved with one healthcare project, and the amount of work actually individual doctors have to do, and the amount of documentation they have to go through and see through, and and correctly interpret is just staggering, right? And if we in some way can lower this burden and make it easier for them to actually understand what's going on and what are the potential diagnoses and how they can approach the problem, then we will free up a lot of their time to actually focus on the patient and also work with the patient in terms of some kind of individualized, personalized medicine. And I think this is one of the angles we perhaps haven't mentioned in like specifically here. But I think this is angle or vector towards which we need to start moving, right? Because I think right now also many diagnoses or if a doctor diagnoses a patient, I think still they are drawing upon, well, what's the most likely diagnosis, most prevalent in the population. But I think we need and we should get more and more specific what is suitable for individual patient. Obviously, there are blockers in regulation, so this is something we will also have to adjust to going forward. But yeah, I think those other topics were mentioned.
Thank you.
So I actually translate human touch as basically creating safe space that every organism needs. And for me, it stands off obviously on the side of the patients and basically everyone involved. It's the literacy. So there needs to be literacy about broadened, deepened, and for that you need leadership, because that needs some money, considerable amounts of money need to be devoted to that. And obviously transparency as the same. Again, very costly. AI needs to be explained, explainable. There need to be due diligence about, like, because safe space can be only established when there is a trust in, and then I think like everyone will see AI as a tool. It's definitely only a tool. People will still crave the human touch, whatever it is for each of us. But there are some preconditions for that will be costly, and without leadership, it will not happen.
Thank you very much. And Olga, how is human touch embedded in the science and technical development?
I'm sure that one of the responsibilities.
I think it's on.
One of the responsibilities of producers of different devices which are being, recommended by doctors to their patients is to make these, devices as reliable as possible. But of course, because we as people are, are very different. We are very individual. And it is not easy to fine-tune the device with respect to the needs of individual patients. So personalization of devices which will be recommended by doctors should be as simple as possible. And this is also something we should be responsible for, because this is not the task for doctors. They should spend their time with people, talking to people, but not looking and searching for the way how to somehow fine-tune the device.
So plug and play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this, and also for the patient-centric approach in here. I hope I'm not overstepping, but also I was very glad to be invited to this panel because I wear two hats. I am a patient with multiple sclerosis, and I work for the European Multiple Sclerosis Platform voluntarily, of course. And I have to say it's so great now to see that what people, the developers, are really speaking about, having patients in the team so that you can listen to their needs, that I feel that we are there. Even in Horizon projects, with even if we design a study, that we really are present. But this is something that we need, like this continuum to go on, to have the beneficiaries of the system, be it patients or be it clinicians, who have in a center. That means having them while we are developing the policies, the infrastructures, or the devices.
Yes, thank you. It's a very important point. Actually, patient advocacy groups were invited to this panel as well. They couldn't do it, but of course. But yeah, it's very important, and therefore we have so-called CLARA Collaboratorium, which is actually these kind of things, not only across sectors, but how to actually foster the innovation with co-creation aspect. So patients need to be there, not only to co-develop the things, but to actually trust these innovations. Not to be fair of that innovations, and this is very important. Thank you very much, this is important. Okay, I think we are on the same page for the first question at least, so maybe, yes. So, maybe this would be a different story. Each group, government, academia, business, civic society, wants something different, Innovators want speed, regulators want caution, physicians want safety for their patients, the public wants transparency. So how we can do it together, Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that the way and only thing we can do, or we should do as the first step, is the really early dialogue about the framework. Yeah, I think because, for example, the regulation or the methodology can gives you data standards or validation benchmarks, yeah, and the metrics, yeah, that should be then used by the producers, by the developers, and also by which leads to safety and so on. Yeah. So I think that we should really early start the dialogue about the framework.
Yeah, if I can.
It is great, maybe, it's great because, we offer the service to regulators and public authorities. We as CLARA, because we can provide you public consultation, feedbacks for the regulations in every stage. That's what we can do. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I think kind of open communication channels across individual stakeholders. That's, I think, the critical part. And I think it's often, so there are different platforms, right? Different dialogues going on, but I still think it's not enough, and we need to have this in a formal way, but also in an informal way, right? And all, I think, parties must be genuinely interested in what those other stakeholders kind of are trying to do, right? Because I think that's what we see sometimes, that even though we feel that we have open channels, but the other party is not trying to understand us, or kind of like we don't really speak the same language, and this can be only done through really having informal discussions and really trying to move things forward together.
Yeah. So this is a very difficult question. I think we all know what we want. Like to have these goals really aligned and to have the regulatory as fast as possible, not to stop the progress, because we also live in a competitive world. And so I think I really agree what has been said, that even in the policy making and the regulation making, we need to be participatory. We need stakeholders, we need to hear them, we need to have these platforms, and we need the ability to understand one another. And I think this is the goal that I think that we are trying to achieve and that we are doing. I'm 100% sure of my colleagues from the State Institute for Drug Control that are now like part of the regulatory when it comes to the MDRs, on the medical devices and IVDRs, and that they are really doing a lot to be there also for the developers by offering the consultancies and so on, because it's quite difficult now when, and this is a lovely thing, when new actors are coming to the market, which is wonderful. What we should do is to make sure that they have the information and the consultation to do it, because the regulatory in healthcare is unbelievably difficult when we go into the regulatory and getting the things on the market, and then when you need, or when we are speaking with the finances about the reimbursement, whether our reimbursement schemes are enough or not, and whether we suffice with them. So one thing is that I do believe that we work together on this, that we have the multi-stakeholders platform, and if not, please come to me, find me, and we can work on it more. The other thing is the capacity of the state sector. Now, I'm not speaking about my colleagues in the State Institute of Drug Control, but from what I see from the ministries, from the state sector, is that our powers are diminishing because there is not enough investment. It's a tragic situation, I have to say, with no sufficient financing so that we can be competitive in having the brains, in having the people who will be partners to the developers. And so this is something that I cannot be optimistic about. We will try, but with this approach and when we are heading, I'm very, very worried. And this will affect everyone, even the progress on the market.
I would just, obviously, we need framework because we have at least like 4 main sectors here, so they need to be framed. For that, you just need leadership, and that's the politicians who need to set the culture, and we want that. They don't have to be experts in that. They just need to be like, we want that, and we actually set the expectations of like all the beneficiaries from both the economy or the public budgets, like what to expect, what is actually being penalized and what is being rewarded, like what actions. So it's the motivation. Obviously, for innovators, we need to start more like creating sandboxes, like safe spaces for experiment. Regulators, they obviously want caution, but they are also the ones close to the leadership. They should work with creating like a common language, so that and it's usually translated into some goals. We want like the best for the people under this and this, these and these conditions. And obviously public. It's the feedback loop, so the public actually feels on board, and it's a participatory. All of this needs to be not just first innovation and then regulation. It needs to be like let's say co-evolutionary process. Like and it's actually not that difficult. It's just about the culture, and that's all about the people. So the human touch will define whether we will have like more human touch in the future.
Yes, thank you.
I think we should be alert to have fast-track MDR regulatory processes ongoing, because the field is developing so quickly, and we can't allow ourselves years of approval. That one thing. The other thing, we have to make risk group decision makings. Some attitudes are less risky or decisions than others in medicine. So, for example, in Norway, all bone fractures are automated, evaluated. None is done by radiologists any longer, meaning if there is a negative result, meaning there is no damage in the bone, then the radiologist is the day after looking through them. But the positive ones are all automated, going to emergency then and so on. So there are areas where it is easy to introduce AI, and then there are complex diagnostics tools which may be considered with more carefulness. But we should become more flexible, and the bureaucracy has to develop themselves as well. And maybe also younger people with AI background need to come into leadership. I think the biggest concern I have are typical bureaucratic hospital leaders. They are not equipped to lead us into the new age, and they have to learn fast.
Thank you very much. Olga, you were laughing. Maybe you can add some your experience.
Maybe we should pay attention to the fact that all the four in this group have the same aim. The aim is to produce reliable products, something which will help us and make our care and everything more efficient. So if we want to produce things like that, we need to do real-life testing. And there has to be much more open space for pilot experiments, for pilot testings of the products. We can't wait until it is confirmed by all the stages. And of course, this pilot testing has to go in different sectors. A different type will go in healthcare and different one in social care. But it has to be considered, and we have to somehow support that.
Yes, and we are lucky, Olga, that we are actually building within the CLARA testbed the assistive living lab here, just at this building, you know, to actually test and validate new machines, devices, software, and approaches. So basically, this could also help, right?
Sure.
So when we can expect the grand opening of the assistive living lab here within CLARA testbed?
Certainly before the next AI Days.
Wow, that's great. Thank you. We are looking forward to that. Okay, everyone here wants to help the patient, but each sector works differently. What's the thing your sector does best to improve the care, and how actually we can use the benefit of these emerging technologies from your perspective?
So if we do the best, what we are the best positioned, and that I think is really like be the one that is in the middle, that is listening, that is providing the platform, that is impartial, that is unbiased, that hears all the stakeholders' needs and wishes. What we should do the best is really do the playing field, work on the rules that should be fair, and also I think we are very good positions to. Maybe best position. It's our duties to make sure that we are equitable or that we are fair
in the benefits that AI brings, that we don't discriminate based on whatever algorithms and that, or the buying power of the people, that we don't work so that the disparities among people are larger. But I would say that really we should do a lot of work on having the platform, and through that and through the collaborative approaches and participatory approaches, like really do our job and do the regulation that will fulfill our goals, common goals.
So I think each sector should do what they're designed to, like business offers agility and implementation, people in the society, some empathies, academia brings sort of truth, and it's like a lot of like different, our role as the innovation centers, that we are tasked to be kind of like interpreters between these carnivores, omnivores, vegans, and our role is to help them find the common language, and that's what other innovation centers in the country and better also outside the country do. So this is what we are designed for. Obviously, the level of our success is also reflects the maturity and the inter-institutional relations which we work on, and they are definitely getting better each year. So, but we will still need some time to see the full results, but I'm optimistic about where we are heading now.
In medicine, we are always very good in innovation. We are born as innovative people, doctors. We innovate constantly and make decisions without knowing, always. So we are intuitive professionals, but I think we are good already in planning surgeries, needed personal employees for the weekends and so on. All these kinds of services, we are good already integrating AI, and that we could maybe give away as an experiment to other areas. And we are good in thinking, as I mentioned, in virtual fantasies. We always have been such analog products and professionals, so that we could contribute maybe for other sectors.
I think this is very important because intuition is definitely a part of your practice and part of science as well. I'm wondering how intuition could be embedded in regulatory policies and practice.
On the beginning, I would like to point out that we are not the rule makers. Yeah? So if you think that the regulation is tight, so please call the European Commission, for example, via the Ministry of Health. Yeah? But how we can help? Regulation can help too, yeah? Because we are excellent in setting what the reliable or the safe means. Yeah? So we can help with the setting of practical rules, for example, for quantification or assessment of uncertainty, because in principle, the measuring function is the prerequisite for any diagnostic function you are talking about in your softwares. Yeah? So uncertainty, and also, and I think this is the way we can help the mostly. Bias definition or the acceptation limits, if any bias would be accepted, yeah? And also the big issue is the reproducibility, yeah? Because all these systems are in principle stochastic, yeah? So we have to really prove according to some KPIs and so on, that the results are reproducible, yeah? So, and I think that this is what it's not about the tighter regulation, but I think it's about tighter standardization. Yeah. So, and that's what we can help.
That's important. These metrics would be very valuable, even in setting the scientific protocols and then the MD protocols. So, if you can share with us some kind of metrics to train some self-assessment, trustworthiness application, that would be great. Guys, Philip.
Yeah, maybe just very quickly. I think also when we are talking about business, I think there are different segments or subsegments of business, right? But if I look at it from the standpoint of startups, I think they're very good at coming up with potential solutions to all kinds of different problems across different segments, and in healthcare and medicine, definitely. I'd say less or more crazy. Then we somehow need to see through that and understand, okay, which are viable and which are not, and kind of getting it or operationalize it, right, or execute it. I think the challenge is actually to validate it and see, well, is this useful or not? And especially in healthcare, this is challenging because, first of all, obviously, kind of safety and then security of patients is coming first. And then we need to be very careful about what we put into practice, even to the validation. And the second thing is the validation or the results, the actual results of the validation are often delayed, right? Because it's different if you're testing a chemical catalyst and you immediately see if it works or not. But if you're working on a blind clinical study, then those results can be really delayed and takes a lot of time and obviously money to see what works and what doesn't.
Thank you, Olga.
Well, it's quite difficult to think about good answer to your question. It is a hard question, but I believe that besides all the theoretical results we have heard about today, we should also mention that we as scientists are people and patients as well. So we should be all the time aware of the difficulties which our environment in hospital, in doctor's office or anywhere else have to tackle. And we should be all the time prompt to try to come with some solutions and search for the way how we could support. And this is probably our duty.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we actually are running out of the time, but last question, what can we do together? What can a single action we can do together to really make use and benefit of all these emerging technologies for our patients? So very short answer, please.
Cooperate.
One single action.
Cooperation, that would be it. Maybe.
Yeah, there is not really a single concrete action. So, if how I see it in 5 years, it's like we have great data operation. We have like really due diligence with AI. We have the right amount of regulation. We have very agile and very fast knowledge transfer from science to business, and great and active. We have like a single market and single capital market in European Union. That's a really big thing. So without that, I don't think there will be like achieved what we would like to see.
We should demand implementation in clinics, and that together with the regulators.
That's great.
Just one thing that I think that we all together should build up the transparent and really robust validation ecosystem for these systems. It really helps to any of us.
Okay, I will throw in a little bit of a curveball. Honestly, we need to come up with a way how to make AI less demanding on kind of like the computational power less demanding in terms of energy. Because if you've seen that the demands of AI for the computational power is just growing exponentially, and we need to figure out ways how to make it much less computationally demanding. We're actually looking into one of these projects, or actually correct finite fusion, but I don't think that's happening in the next 5 years.
Thank you, Olga.
Well, I think that the best is to meet, to cooperate and to talk to each other, because of course in the interaction is the advance. We have to talk to each other, not just via email, but meet and ask questions why you need this and why you don't do this. And I think that a meeting like this is a perfect occasion for that.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. Actually, we are coming to the point that we might think and consider to establish, as we are sitting here, the organizational multi-stakeholder committee for CLARA Collaboratorium. to actually launch this collaboration. If we want to collaborate, we need to communicate. So let's start with this. If you would agree, I will create a mailing, and we will have another meeting offline to discuss how we can move forward. This is an action plan to start and launch this communication. And these metrics would be valuable. Your experience from practice is incredibly important. Business, money, comes always first, and that's it, And you can oversee it. We can join the public consultations and everything. It's great. So you have a clear action plan. The second, we are looking forward opening ceremony of the CLARA testbed node here at CIRC, the assistive living lab, where these innovations can be validated, tested. Again, you can oversee before it's submitted to you. And then we can really celebrate the science and innovations which hopefully would enter the market and our patient needs much, much earlier than today. Thank you very much. And maybe I would give the floor to Sarah again. Thank you for this wonderful discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Maybe you can have a picture, photo shooting. Because this is a ceremonial moment, we established the committee, so.
We've got a committee, it's sorted, yes. Thank you so much. Please give everyone a round of applause again. There's one of those memes that America innovates, then China scales it, and then Europe regulates it. I think that might be anthropologically slightly inaccurate, because given the panel that we've just seen, it is extremely important that we can actually talk to each other, because we had centuries of wars back and forth, and so finally we realized that there's nothing else but to actually talk to each other and collaborate. And the fact that politicians, academics, civil society, hungry startupists, researchers can all put their egos aside and talk, I think is the best that we can possibly do for academia. So ladies and gentlemen, while you have seen very, very technical presentations here today, very academic, cutting-edge research over the last couple of days, I think what is fundamentally important about CLARA is that it is human. It is a human endeavor. It is focused on solving fundamentally human problems, and I think that's embodied very much in the fact that we've all met here today and that we've all had a great time over some very good burritos, some very good coffee, and some very good chats. So please allow me just to thank very much the Ministry of Trade also for getting our Ukrainian colleagues over, because it's fantastic to, I keep pointing at you, sorry, you're kind of in the spotlight, but it's really fantastic to have you guys here, and I'm glad that you kind of were able to join us and were able to kind of join in the discussion. If you guys want to see this new young generation rise, because that's fundamental, we have to invest in terms of decades and centuries if we want to get this right. There's another event following this, just going on downstairs. It's going to be the Young AI Research Forum, and they're going to be doing something that humans and our brains do best: sharing experiences, sharing mistakes. We're very bad at that in Europe. We're very bad at admitting where we've done wrong. But for junior researchers, for young people entering the field, they need to know where the mines are so that they don't step on them. So being able to talk about it, being able to share those experiences is very important. So thank you for making that Young AI Research Forum happening. So that's going to be downstairs. It's completely booked. But because you're such kind people, maybe if you try and knock on the door, they'll let you in. So you can give that a go. I would also like to ask for the summary of the academic part of things, because I'm very weak at that. So, Vít, could you please help me out?
Well, I don't pretend to understand the science. Actually, my background is law, so you are much closer to the science than I am. But first, before I actually do that, I would love to use this opportunity to thank our speakers of all the day. So if I may ask the lady speakers, is Ira to come back here again, Jana, Natalia, that would be wonderful to have you here, and Olga as well. We have some little flowers to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
very much.
And Natalia? Do we have Natalia here? She left. Maybe she would come very soon, but we have also a very special flower for a wonderful Sarah.
Nice. I will give this to Natalia. Thank you very much.
No, we have one special for Natalia as well. Of course, we do. So, and this is for Natalia. She's not here, but I will give it her later. So, thank you very much, ladies, for this wonderful. You're a miracle. It's wonderful. Thank you very much for that. And for boys, we've got a bottle of wine, of course, and for you as well. Thank you. Okay, I think that's a wonderful closure, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Please. Thank you.